Hello everyone. How are we doing today? Well, we've got some good content coming up. It's a debate stream, the second of the week. We actually have the third debate stream of the week on Thursday. But today truly is the thorn between two roses. We're speaking with Todd Thurman, a consultant in the pig industry. And in many ways, this is the high stakes one. The other two debates, that one I've already done and one I'm doing on Thursday, are with fellow vegans and are about strategy. So I certainly feel there's less to lose there. But we've got the pig industry consultant today, Todd Thurman. And we'll be speaking about vegan and omnivorous diets for cognitive and overall health. This started out from some of my IQ posting. A few weeks back. You might remember my video, Meat Eaters Are Just Not As Smart. Let's see if we can find those posts. Have a little look how we got here. I might finish up watching Berry vs. Khan as well in preparation. We cut that. I think we had about 15 minutes to go on that last time. But Todd posted about the debate earlier. Or yesterday, I guess. Want to see me debate a vegan? Here's your chance. Topic: the physical health and cognitive effects of a vegan versus omnivore diet. It should be interesting. I'm on his playing field, so if some pro-meat folks don't show up, the livestream comment section is going to be a bunch of vegans congratulating each other on how smart they are. I mean, he's got us pegged there. I mean, what can we say? He's got us pegged on that one. I suppose the stop clock is right twice a day, right? We can't have that, can we? It starts at 9 AM Central tomorrow, March 31st, and it will last an hour. Hope to see you there. If you miss it, I'll try to remember to share the link for the recording here as well. So that's the post we had yesterday. And if we scroll down a bit, we'll find the posts where this came from. I posted this series of 3 papers. One on the consumption of red meat is negatively associated with cognitive function, cross-cultural analysis of UK Biobank. One on analytic cognitive style is inversely related to meat consumption. And one on IQ in childhood and vegetarianism in adulthood, where the kids with higher IQ are more likely to grow up to be vegetarians as adults. I think this is the one that caught the Todd Thurman comments. Yeah, here we go. Looks like a good bit of back and forth in this comment section. There's a good bit of content as we got here, including Todd taking offense to my saying slide into my DMs. which he did ultimately slide into my DMs. Or I slid into his, rather. Hey, Tristan. Hey, Andrew. True. Based. Congratulate you all on how compassionate you are instead. Compassionate and smart, I mean, you know. I think those two are probably correlated. I think that is going to come up in the debate in a roundabout way. Now, he did weasel a little bit at first by saying he's too creeped out by my desire to slide into his DMs. And, I mean, I just kept pointing out that he was making bad excuses and scared to debate a vegan until eventually he caved and agreed to it, which, you know, I'm glad he's turning up, but also... Imagine if that worked. Imagine if that worked on you, right? So this is the paper that kind of sparked it. But then I subsequently saw this posted. And you know, with these three papers that I posted, my sort of theory with this was that smarter people are more likely to be vegans in the cause, like that's the causal direction, the hypothesized causal direction on my part. Hence why the smarter kids are more likely to be vegetarians as adults, right? Is the higher IQ causing the increased propensity towards vegetarianism rather than like nutritional components of the vegetarian or vegan diet causing people to get smarter. So I was never saying that the causation is that way around. And then I saw this study shared. Plant-based diets protect from cognitive decline. And I've been looking a little bit more into it since then. I think there is a stronger case than I ever thought when I was posting about this. That actually is, particularly in old age, plant-based diets can be protective from cognitive decline and dementia. So that's kind of made the case that I started with in some ways stronger, in some ways it's a different case. But anyway, should be an interesting one. We've got Todd Thurman joining at 3 p.m. UK time, so in 25 minutes. In the meantime, let's go ahead and finish up watching Dr. Khan versus Dr. Berry. I think we had about 15 minutes left on this debate when we were watching the other day. Here it is. So this is on carnivore versus plant-based. Key thing to point out here, Todd Thurman is not, as far as I know, arguing for a carnivore diet. So this is a little bit different from the Matt Acton debate, where he had a bit of a higher burden, or a lot higher burden really, to make the case for a predominantly animal-based diet. In this case, we're talking about vegan versus omnivore diet, so there's a little bit of a different framing, but I want to finish up watching this in any case, so let's give it a watch. We've got Todd Thurman joining in 23 minutes. So yeah, we should have time to finish this.
My favorite nutritional researchers based on his academic status is Dr. Walter Longo at University of Southern California, probably the premier researcher on fasting and autophagy. And he talks about 5 pillars of nutrition. And really quickly, what's the data for red meat and cancer? Is there a reason to believe biochemically? We can talk grilling meats, and we can talk about TMAO production. We can talk about 5-GC production. We can talk about inflammation. Is there a biochemical pathway? Are there randomized studies? Are there epidemiologic studies? Are there longevity studies? Do people in pockets of longevity eat lots and lots of red meat. Maybe they've eaten it for millions of years, but do they eat a lot? And then there's environmental issues. When you apply that and you apply the literature, I mean, just anybody goes September 2023 to a journal called Curious, Comprehensive Review of Red Meat Consumption and the Risk of Cancer. It's not just the World Health Association. It's dozens and dozens and dozens of studies, particularly colon, breast, and gastric cancer. And processed red meat, much more of a statistical issue than unprocessed red meat. And you're always going to find a contrary view. But, I don't know that anybody's described that the World Health Organization had any skin in the game, any funding by the broccoli industry. They just looked at the literature. So It's imperfect science. 1.21 hazard ratio is a 21% increase in risk of cancer. And I agree. I think actually, Dr. Berry, I was listening to a YouTube by you today. If your lifetime risk of cancer goes from 5% to 6%, you might say, I'll take my risk and keep eating meat. But as a physician counseling a patient, we still have to say it is an increase. And, it needs to be a
possible increase, because it was based on epidemiological research, which doesn't prove anything. So you would have to say there's a possible 1% increase, right, doctor?
Or more. It depends which.
But you would have to say possible if you're going to be completely honest with your patient, right?
I would say the totality of the data and what's called the 5 pillars of nutritional longevity suggests there's a foundation for believing. And again, we're talking 2024, the fact that 95% of people eat factory farm meat and antibiotic resistance and contamination. And all of us, Dr. Berry and I, and maybe you, Lauren, we're elite eaters. We spend more money. We buy high quality products. But that we're not speaking to the average American or average.
I really don't think there's a reliable way of knowing that when we're talking about meat products. Certainly in the States, my understanding is that their certification system is a joke. You have a similar thing in the UK, to be fair, where there's basically a patchwork of private certification schemes in terms of animal welfare and things like this. There's several overlapping, similarly named, similar looking logos, even different private schemes that you can sign up to with very different standards. And people don't know the difference between them. So there are things like certified humane means one thing, humanely raised means another thing. There's like 3 or 4 variations of basically the same name. And there's really first of all, there's no reliable enforcement of them in any case, because they're private certification schemes. And so the farms that are paying for those certifications, the certifying bodies don't have any incentive to come and inspect them and kick them off the scheme if they're breaking the rules, right? That's their revenue, so they want to keep that. So all of this is to say there's consumer confusion about what the labels mean. That's in no small part deliberate, by having similar sounding, similarly labeled products with different certifications. And then there's also no incentive to enforce those schemes properly. And so as a result of that, I think, like animal welfare labels as they exist currently are mostly to ease consumer guilt, basically. Now, if you know me, you'll know that I'm based and welfare pilled. And so I do think that there is room for meaningful welfare standards. But I think that really it has to be done through mandatory labelling, where you have to disclose whatever your level of welfare. It has to be done through a government body that is properly resourced to actually inspect and enforce the standards. And if we were to have that, we would move away from this system where, pretty much anything can write any meaningless phrase on their products, or a private certification scheme which has all kinds of problems, and that exists mainly to reassure consumers, towards a system where, most animal products that you see are labelled as factory farmed. that reality that he alluded to here, 95% of animal products coming from factory farms, would be illuminated fully by a mandatory and honest welfare labelling system. But we don't have that at the moment. We don't have that in the UK. We don't have that in the States. And so as a result of that, I think that the welfare labels that exist currently, for the most part, are pretty much worthless for the most part. I think they're better than nothing, but really not by much.
Sure. Yeah. Someone we say that. So, anyways, I believe more than one.
I love what Dr. Kahn just said, but he keeps saying that the overwhelming consensus is the preponderance of the opinions from experts all around the world. You know, a long time ago, back in Vienna, there was this doctor by the name of Semmelweis who he thought that doctors should probably wash their hands after they got finished dissecting a dead, rotten corpse before they went and delivered a woman's baby. And indeed, in the midwife hospital where they did wash their hands, they had like a 90% lower rate of childbirth fever where the moms usually died. Now, the preponderance of all expert consensus back then was that was foolishness. You don't need to wash your hands. No, doctors are gentlemen. They're never dirty, no matter if they've got dead carcass under their fingernails. Semmelweis was a renegade. He was a maverick. He said, you guys are all full of shit. You need to wash your hands after you handle dead human bodies before you could deliver newborn babies. He was made fun of. He was said, you're in the minority. Nobody believes what you believe. So I'll just say I'm happy to be in this.
I don't know how true this story that he's spinning is. Like, it seems super plausible. I don't know, like, I'm saying this from 2026 with the benefit of hindsight, I guess, in this case, or scientific knowledge that we have today. Even if it wasn't like widely practiced that doctors would wash their hands, I seriously doubt that people would have been like, you're mental for washing your hands. Like, isn't it kind of intuitive as well? That's also something that you can reasonably do RCTs. He is asking, in the case of dietary interventions, for a standard of evidence that can never exist, in terms of randomizing people to different diets and then following them for years and years and years. You can follow people for years and years and years, but you can't insist that they follow a diet that you've prescribed to them for that long. You can also prescribe a diet, but if you do that, you can't follow them for years and years and years, right? So you do have RCTs, you do have years-long longitudinal follow-up studies, but both of those is basically impossible. And as he's already acknowledged earlier in this debate, there isn't anywhere near like that standard of evidence in favor of a carnivore diet. So
Semmelweis' position to be a maverick and a renegade, and to point out that Dr. Kahn himself has said that the majority of nutrition research is compromised in one manner or another. Which part do you believe and which part do you not? So that's why I have decided to go back to first principles, the very oldest principle known to.
That's the acting terminology. First principles. And that's where you get to talking about evolution and stuff like this, which, yeah, I mean, again, we're not doing a carnivore debate today, so this is just for fun.
Human science, which is adaptation. Species should continue to eat a diet that they've eaten for millions of years. And until I see compelling nutrition research, compelling with a hazard ratio higher than 1.21, that's still suggestive, but it does not prove anything, then I'm not interested in not eating an ancestral diet because some plant-based researchers at Tufts or Harvard School of Public Health have a preconceived notion, and their preconceived notion slipped into the results of their study, and it got published and picked up, and because they're so prominent, the World Health Organization jumped on board. I'm not interested in any of that until you have compelling evidence. I think we all should just eat what makes us feel best and get on with our life.
You know,
so until an impossible standard of evidence is met, we should use no evidence. Never mind about proceeding on the best evidence that we have and probably reasonably will be able to ever have. Until an impossible standard of evidence is met, we should proceed as if there's no evidence at all. Okay, well,
I think both, it would be, again, rather big ego for both Dr. Berry and myself to call ourselves junior Dr. Semmelweis, as I'm, very familiar with his biography, a famous Hungarian physician. I think he actually got got completely moved out of the medical community, ended up becoming psychotic out of the depression, and died at a very young age.
Absolutely.
And I wish Dr. Berry much better than that. Me too.
But he was right, Dr. Kahn. But the predominance of the experts said he was crazy, and they drummed him out of the medical society, and he actually wound up in...
Yeah, it's because he washed his hands. That's what washing your hands will get you. You end up in a mental institute.
In the sane asylum, got beat up, and he probably died from the infection from the same exact microbe that he was trying to protect these innocent mothers from, because arrogant doctors thought they knew best and they knew what consensus was, and they were not willing to look at any new ideas. And what I'm proposing is not even a new idea. It's the oldest idea on planet Earth. Cows should eat grass, fish should swim in water, humans should eat meat. Until you can prove otherwise with convincing research, I feel like that we can be friends, but we're probably going to disagree.
Can I ask Dr. Kahn, and I just genuinely want to know, because I want to be able to decipher studies better myself. How can you decipher the studies that are not compromised, like the dietary guidelines for American Council? That group of 20 people that advises the government has almost 100% undisclosed ties to big food and big pharma. They give the recommendation.
Yeah, they're talking about the old dietary guidelines, which used to recommend whole grains and fruits and vegetables and things like this to a greater extent. I'm sure they wouldn't have any such questions about the new dietary guidelines.
Recommendations to basically America. So we can assume, we can pretty much know that it's not all completely transparent, and there might be some interests in there that might change that. So I'm asking you, what process do you go through to decipher the good science from the bad so that I can learn?
Yeah, I think on an individual level, I know a lot of people on the dietary guidelines boards. I've lectured with them, and some of them have corporate funding, but I believe I know their character. I'm not defending the dietary guidelines. I don't teach the dietary guidelines, but it is too common in academic medicine to have funding from conflicting sources, but yet I think a lot of people are honest at their core, and I would bring up Dr. Walter Willett, head of the School of Public Health at Harvard, as one of those who's been attacked and maligned at times. I wish he didn't take money from one of the seed oil companies. I'm blanking on the name, or at least the Harvard School of Public Health does it. It does dirty the whole reputation. Number two, I go back, and it's hard, but if you throw everything away, then you have really no cookbook to work with a patient with. I don't believe you throw everything away. I believe that we have decades of, when you have 200, 300, 400, 500 studies, you find themes, you find consistencies. And that's where I keep coming back to. Whole food plant-based diet, diabetic risk drops. Whole food plant-based diet, skin health. Whole food plant-based diet, cardiac health. Whole food plant-based diet, cancer risk. Whole food plant-based diet, optimal weight. There's a lot of junk vegans. We're not talking about that. We're talking about clean eating, just like Dr. Berry's teaching clean eating from a different source.
Right. Okay. So to wrap up the cancer piece is...
I hate that equivalence as well. There's a couple of things that Dr. Kahn said in this where I'm like, I think that the pro-meat people have just got away with some framing here. Like, don't grant that he's talking about clean eating just because he says processed foods are bad. Like, he is talking about a carnivore diet that is going to increase your risk of heart disease, cancer, and early death. Yesterday, when we were watching the other part of this, he kind of said without caveat, yes, ultra-processed foods are the real enemy, which, as we know, is another big meat industry talking point, and they have very little to say about all of the studies that show that plant-based meat is healthier than meat, has higher fiber, lower saturated fats, low cholesterol, leads to lower LDL cholesterol, leads to lower blood pressure, leads to lower BMI. Very little to say about that, but lots and lots and lots to say about ultra-processed foods in general. And of course, they're hoping to dirty the reputation of plant-based meat alternatives by lumping them in with Twinkies and, stuff which is obviously crap and unhealthy in a very, very dishonest way. But yeah, a couple of framing things. Obviously, this guy knows a lot more than I do about health research, and I think he's done a pretty good job of reiterating the major points in this debate. But yeah, there's a couple of things that I think they've got away with that there.
Obviously, Dr. Berry, you don't think cancer is caused by meat, given your position. Dr. Kahn, you do. Is your consensus on that based on reviewing.
She chuckles as if it's ridiculous. Like, no, that is actually what the best evidence we have suggests. Yeah.
People who have just eaten meat, carnivore, for like a long time, or is your research from the studies that you've seen, or are you seeing a mixed bag of people who eat, some processed foods, some plants, some meat? My question to summarize is, where are you getting that consensus? Is it just the data, or is it personal stuff too?
And you're addressing this to me?
Yes.
Okay. No, it's the data. It's the data. I'm a cardiologist. I don't run a gastroenterology practice.
Right.
But, the biggest message for people listening is the awful rise in colorectal cancer and other pancreatic cancers, breast cancer in younger and younger people. And I think it's the same problem that Dr. Berry and I agree on. It's hyper-processed food. It's crap. It's additives and excess sugar, but it's also, microplastics, and it's endocrine disrupting chemical. It's the rise in obesity in the last 30, 40 years. So, yes, we should be incredibly focused on trying to prevent cancer in young people, for sure. It used to be a disease of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And now we're doing colonoscopy 5 years earlier. And I think the guidelines will end up moving to age 40. So, and prostate cancer, oh my God, in the African-American community, crap environment and crap food. So, but yeah, it's the science. It's the hundreds of studies.
Gotcha. Okay. So in wrapping, is there anything that either one of you would like to end with as far as a question or a comment or anything that you just want to say to get out there as far as the science or an opinion or anything at all? This is what I'll say, is I wish that both parties would try the opposite way of eating for a while just to see what happens. I think that would be interesting. Now, obviously, Dr. Khan, you do it for different reasons, just outside of health. So of course we respect that. But hypothetically, it would be interesting to see how that would go. I'll start with you, Dr. Berry. Any last comments that you'd like to mention or share? Or?
Yeah, I think everybody watching this can tell that Dr. Khan is honest and earnest, and he believes in what he's doing. And I think he has nothing but the best of intentions for his patients. That's how every doctor should be. But I think that.
Thank you, Oppenheimer. Appreciate that. Debate starting in 5 minutes. Good to see you guys. Good to see you.
That he just said earlier that we really don't really know which nutrition studies have been compromised and which have not. And so I don't know how you could.
I love the idea as well. Like, this is not proper criticism of the studies. Lauren Knight Hughes said the same thing as well. Like, the studies are compromised. They're not giving critiques of the methodology. They're just saying they're compromised, they're corrupt, they're funded. Right? I feel like that's another thing. And again, like, they're looking at funding sources can be a reason to look further into the methodology and analyze that and see if there are problems and biases there. But it's not proof by itself that a study is wrong or biased. So it's a very basic. Another thing I noticed as well, it fits in with the conspiracy brain of a lot of the pro-meat people. Like, even the title of this video, "What Your Doctor Won't Tell You." It's like, well, that's your doctor might well tell you that red meat's associated with increased risk of heart disease, cancer, and early death. They might well tell you that, actually. They probably won't tell you what this guy's saying. But in any case, the idea that there's, these are the secrets of the medical establishment, your doctor won't tell you this. I would wager that there's a real correlation between certainly the carnivore people and anti-vax and, anti-sunscreen, as we saw in the Matt Acton debate. Climate skepticism, like all of this stuff, I feel is strongly correlated in just this kind of right-wing conspiracy brain rot, basically.
Base of practice on hundreds and hundreds of studies, but you don't know the percentage of them that have been compromised. That to me, I understand his point. I mean, why would you not listen to the guys at Harvard and Tufts? Of course, they're the smartest people in the world, right? Well, I don't know about that. I think sometimes renegades come from places you wouldn't expect with the right answer. And I think that may be what's going on here. I have great hope for Dr. Khan. I think he's a very rational person. And I think that if it were not for his...
You can kind of see the appeal of it, right? If you are not particularly doing anything with your life and someone comes along and says, hey, all of these all of these bloody smart asses in Harvard, they've got it wrong and we've got it right. We've got the real answer, right? Like, you can kind of see how people get sucked in by that, but it's just a shame that they're then given advice that's going to lead them to an early grave.
His religious prohibitions, he would wind up carnivore sometime within the next 3 to 5 years. But I understand he's made it, he has religious beliefs, and that's totally fine. But I have seen such an influx of people coming from a vegan diet into not just carnivore. Many of them do come to carnivore because many people go from one extreme to the other. But many people are like, look, this is not working for me. I'm having to take 14 supplements a day. I'm getting sicker. I'm weaker. I don't feel good. And then they add some meat back in, and it's like the light bulb goes off. They're like, oh.
Yeah, anecdotal, no verification of this. Opposite of what the overwhelming health evidence suggests.
Oh, there you go. That's what I was missing. And it's
Ooh, we're going to be late. We're starting the debate in 1 minute. Let me jump on over there. All right, Todd's already there, so let me turn off the camera here. Nice. All right. Got my notes here. All right, everyone. We'll start on the debate. Good luck. Hi, Todd.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, very well. Thanks for taking the debate. We're just having a look at the LinkedIn comments that started it all and how we got here, but I appreciate you taking it.
Okay.
So, do you want to start by each of us giving a bit of an introduction? I saw you shared on LinkedIn. I think that some of your people are watching might not know who I am, and some of my people are watching might not know much about you. So we both can give a bit of background, and then we'll get into it.
Yeah, if you want to go first, that's fine.
Sure thing. Yeah. So I'm Chris Bryant. I am a researcher. I have my PhD. I started a think tank about 6 years ago. I've published few dozen peer-reviewed papers at this point, including things about health impacts of plant-based meat vis-a-vis conventional meat. And I'll just briefly say, pertinent to this debate, we have done a bit of back and forth on a few studies that I posted, or I guess one particular study that I posted about the association between high IQ in childhood and increased likelihood of vegetarianism as an adult. And that's led us to come and debate the cognitive and overall health associations of veganism and omnivorous diets.
Yep. Good. So for the benefit of your audience, my name is Todd Thurman. I'm the founder of Swine Insights International, which is a consultancy that provides consulting and training services to global pork producers. About 80, we're based here in the US, but about 80% of our business is international. A lot of that is in Asia, so probably 3/4 of that 80% is in Asia, with a heavy presence in China, but also in Southeast Asia. We also have clients in Latin America, and obviously in North America. We still do a little bit in Europe. And then we have a few new projects we're working to expand into Africa. I have a degree in animal science, a bachelor's degree in animal science. My background is almost entirely in production animal agriculture. In terms of research, I have done some basic research. When I was in college, I worked at the research farm. So we did some basic research there, but most of my research has been field research. And really, I'm primarily a consumer of research. It's one of my responsibilities as a consultant to stay up to date on the emerging research in my field and make sure that my clients are aware of what's going on and what's changing and what new information is available. So I spend a lot of time reading research papers, probably 150 papers a year. AI has been really nice to help manage that workload, but there's no substitution for reading them yourself. So I've found that AI is pretty useful in terms of filtering those papers, but I've not been confident enough to turn it over, reading the papers and interpreting the results to AI yet. So, so this topic is, I mean, I guess tangentially related to my field, but not directly. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not a dietitian. I think I'm fairly well read in the field, especially as it relates to meat consumption, as obviously that has an impact on my business. But I'm certainly not putting myself out there as an expert, and I definitely won't be, making personalized recommendations about what people should or shouldn't eat. So I'm going to try to keep it as general as possible. It probably is obvious, but I will state that obviously I'm biased on this topic. I'm definitely biased in favor of inclusion in meat in the diet for a variety of reasons, but obviously I make my living in the animal agriculture business, so it would be kind of foolish to deny that I have a bias. I don't necessarily think that's a huge problem as long as people are aware of it and that I'm aware of it. I think everybody is biased to some degree, some more than others. And it is kind of interesting that when you're closer to a topic, you tend to develop strong opinions about that. And so I think that's, what's important there. I think it's just being upfront and honest about that. And I certainly am. And I assume you would also agree that to at least some degree you're biased as well, probably on the other side. But I do think it's important to call that out.
Yeah, okay, nice. Thank you for the intro. And yes, that is a fair comment. Yeah, my consultancy works with mainly animal protection nonprofits. So we've done a little bit of stuff with alternative proteins, and that seems to be the conflict of interest that people tend to be most animated about, that you're paid by big meat alternatives. We're really not, to a very large extent at all. Most of what we do is with animal charities, which is, its own has its own set of interests as well on this topic. It's a little bit of different character in the sense that, I am pretty much, I'm self-employed, and so as are you, and so. Through my consultancy working with the non-profits, I'm paying myself less than minimum wage in doing that. So although it is paying me, it's not, I'd be making more money doing pretty much anything else, but certainly, worth flagging. We each have our biases going into this conversation. And you mentioned that you read a lot of research for your role as a consultant. I assume that's mainly about agricultural production and farming methods, and not so much in health and nutrition. Is that fair to say?
Yes. So really in every aspect related to production. So we have a geneticist on our team that will handle, the real deep genetic stuff, but I'm definitely reading those studies as well. We do have an animal nutritionist on our team as well. And he'll obviously take the lead on those nutrition papers, but I'm taking the lead on reproductive physiology, other physiology issues. We do have a consulting veterinarian that handles some of the health stuff. So I'm really a general read over all of the basically animal production field, and then I'll collaborate with my colleagues who are specialists in particular areas. If I see something I think is interesting, or I don't understand, or I want to understand better, then obviously I'll toss that over to them. And very often they've already by the time I get to it, they've already reviewed it, and we'll have a discussion about it. But yeah, it's generally related to production. I mean, obviously that's where I make my living, so that's where I spend the majority of my time. But I do do some crossover and other issues. Interestingly, I also, in the last 5 or 6 years, like a lot of people during COVID, I did some things that were unusual for me. Took some projects that I probably wouldn't have taken otherwise because we were stuck at home. And for someone that travels, 180 to 200 nights a year, that's a big change of pace. And so I took a couple of projects that. And one of those projects had me looking at long-term food demand for China. And so I got into, really took me down a rabbit hole of looking at some demographic trends. And so I've been doing quite a bit of research around demographics and how that's going to impact food demand. And so that's taken me into the realm of the social sciences, which has been quite an adjustment for me. I mean, most of what we do on the animal side is pretty well controlled. So most of those studies are, would be classified as, RCTs.
Oh no, is that my side?
Was a new thing for me. So, and I was, in some cases kind of surprised at what passes for, compelling evidence in the social sciences. So, it's definitely been an education for me. My dad is a chemist and my mom's a social worker. So, I have had to eat some crow in making fun of the social sciences and having to go back to my mom and ask for some advice on how to think through some of these issues and interpret some of this data. So that's been an interesting side for me that has definitely kind of changed my perspective on research and certainly in this sort of crossover area where a lot of the research is observational compared to what I'm more accustomed to.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, we can talk about the observational research and stuff like that. But yeah, so a lot of your exposure to research in animal sciences and then also on production, but you don't have any particular expertise or credentials in like health and nutrition overall, right? Well, that's
correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's good to... and that doesn't, of course, mean that you're wrong, but it's just good to be like where we're coming from, right? Okay, well, so my case that I was posting on LinkedIn that you had responded to, in particular, there was a study about higher IQ in childhood leading to increased likelihood of vegetarianism in adulthood. And then there was a couple of other associative studies showing higher cognitive function associated with lower consumption of meat, in particular red meat. And I think this upset a few people. And in particular, I think that it's kind of a fair comment that those studies were not particularly strong evidence for that case. And certainly for a causal case, my thinking when I was posting that at the time was that it's not that being vegetarian or vegan leads to increased intelligence, but rather the other way around, such that people who are smarter are more likely to become vegetarian or vegan. And that's kind of what you see with the childhood IQ and adulthood vegetarianism, right? So I was very much thinking about this as the other way around. But that said, since then, and partly in preparation for this debate, I've been looking at broader evidence on that topic, and actually there is quite a lot of evidence suggesting that plant-based diets can be protective against cognitive decline and dementia, particularly in older age. And there's a good number of studies showing that association. I have notes on a bunch of meta-analyses that we can talk through here, but just, do you have any thoughts on that? Like, I've kind of somewhat, well, I guess I've got stronger in the belief since we spoke about it.
Yeah, so I think those studies that I reviewed, the one in particular that you mentioned on LinkedIn. I mean, it's certainly interesting, but it's interesting to me more from a psychological or sociological perspective. There's a couple of things that I think are interesting here to call out. One is I think you're right. I mean, if anything, if that serves as compelling evidence for anything, it's that maybe children with higher IQ might be more likely to become vegans or vegetarians as adults, at least at one point. When they were evaluated at, I think, something around 30 years old or something like that. I mean, that's interesting. I don't see that as compelling evidence at all. It seems overall fairly weak evidence of just about anything, but I don't see it as particularly compelling evidence that there's somehow some link between a vegan or vegetarian diet and higher IQ, especially since the higher IQ preceded the diet. It wasn't clear to me. It didn't seem like there was any records of whether those adults were vegan or vegetarian as children. They just were vegetarian as adults. And so, yeah, I mean, it's somewhat interesting. It just seems like really weak data. People on my side of the argument would take what I would consider to be similar quality data to make an argument that somehow meat is protective of mental health. There are some studies out there to show a correlation between vegetarianism or veganism and higher incidence of depression, anxiety, some of those mental health challenges. For a lot of the same reasons, I don't really feel like that that data is very compelling. I think when I look at that, I think what you're seeing is a correlation between the types of people that would be predisposed to those mental health challenges anyway, and people that would be predisposed to choosing a vegan or vegetarian diet. And to me, that's probably, again, more of a sociological or psychological connection, which you would obviously be more qualified than I to speak to, than it is some sort of biological connection. When we try to look at the biological connection between cognitive function, things like dementia, and mental health, to me, the evidence, at least as it stands right now, is pretty weak and not particularly compelling. And I just would not feel comfortable drawing any significant conclusions from what's out there right now.
Interesting. Okay, so there's a few things there. So we accept that there's the connection between higher IQ and vegetarianism. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that. I mean, I certainly wouldn't be willing to admit that there's any evidence that the vegetarianism caused the high IQ. If anything, it's the other way around. I'm not particularly convinced by that link either. I mean, obviously there's a link there, but whether that's causal or not, I don't find that. It's certainly possible, I suppose, but I don't find that compelling.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a reasonable position on that point. Certainly on that evidence that I posted, so there is a link between higher vegetarianism or higher IQ and increased rates of vegetarianism. And yeah, I don't think that either of us is saying that the vegetarianism is causal of the high IQ in that case. And I agree with you, it's probably more likely the other way around, such that, yeah, smarter people are more likely to go vegetarian.
Well, I would challenge a little bit on your leap from higher childhood IQ to smarter. I mean, there's several different ways to measure intelligence, and IQ is only one of them. I do think it's a useful metric, but it's certainly not the only thing. There are other types of intelligence that are quite useful and that aren't fully captured, and certainly there's some controversy around the accuracy and usability of IQ I'm not suggesting that I'm someone that is real anti-IQ. I do think it's a useful measure, but I do think you have to be a little bit careful to take the leap that it's, the term smarter and the term higher and the higher IQ, I don't think is necessarily a fair leap.
Well, I'm aware there are some criticisms of IQ as a measure, but I think it is pretty well correlated. First of all, it's well correlated with a bunch of other measures of intelligence. They'll be kind of calibrated slightly differently, but I don't think there are any measures of intelligence that are going to be like inversely correlated with measures of IQ, for example. There might be kind of emphasis in different places or something like that. But moreover, IQ is correlated with a bunch of other things that we might care about in terms of life outcomes, and like future income is going to be a big one. Just ability to navigate the world. There's all sorts of benefits and advantages of having a high IQ. For me, I think it maps on pretty well to what we mean when we kind of say colloquially smart, clever, intelligent people. I think it maps on pretty well, and it maps on pretty well to other measures of intelligence, as I understand it as well.
Well, and some of those correlations with life outcome, I mean, you're talking about, what degree are you talking about? I mean, at some point, yes, you get below a certain level of intelligence, and that can be a real hindrance towards life success. But, you get to a certain level, and it's been a while since I've reviewed this research, but I did fall down a rabbit hole one time a few years ago about IQ and how it correlates with life success. And you get to a certain point, and there doesn't seem to be a particularly big advantage. And so if you go back and look, and if we're going to say, okay, there's a correlation between higher IQ and diet, whether that's positive or negative for veganism, it matters quite a bit whether, where you're at in that scale, right? Are you going up, an incremental amount in the middle of that scale where it doesn't necessarily correlate too much to, quote unquote, success or life results, or are you talking about a significantly lower percentage of people that would be below that, sort of minimum threshold for, life success. So again, it's been a while since I've reviewed that, and I'm not sure if I remember what the actual IQ numbers we were looking at on that study were, but that's definitely something to consider.
Yeah, I mean, there will be definitely threshold considerations where it's like, like say, like very low IQ is going to be some outcomes are going to be like kind of binary 1 or 0, like has a degree or doesn't have a degree, for example. So there's going to be some thresholds where like that's kind of comes online. But overall, IQ's pretty well established, correlate with educational attainment, occupation status, income, longevity, even like higher IQ people tend to live longer. And I think that goes to the point about vegetarianism and why I think that this kind of direction of causation is something for people to think about, because, as I say, originally I was not really at all thinking of this in terms of like a plant-based diet will increase your intelligence, but rather more intelligent people are more likely to choose a plant-based diet. And I think that is something where, for me, if I were to find that out about some other ideology or lifestyle or set of beliefs, that would give me pause for thought to think, okay, well, maybe these people have a point here. I've made the point before about, I don't believe in flat Earth, but if I saw a study that said people who believe in flat Earth tend to have higher IQs, for me, I would think, that's interesting. I should give that flat Earth stuff another look, right? Likewise, if I see something that's like, climate skeptics tend to have lower IQ. I'm not saying either of these are the case, but climate skeptics tend to have lower IQs. Well, then I would probably think, I probably don't need to bother looking too far into that, right? Now, of course, it's not going to be determinative. It would be kind of surprising about the kind of trueness of a position. But yeah, I think for me, discovering that people with higher IQs more likely to be vegetarian or vegan would certainly be a cause to think maybe they have a point, right?
It could be. I think one of the things that you mentioned there with the two examples you gave would be, more ideological beliefs, though. So, is the higher likelihood of adopting a vegan or vegetarian diet, does it have anything to do with biology or with nutrition, or is it that that social decision to become a vegan or a vegetarian? I mean, I'm sure you're more than aware that there are some social implications of choosing a diet that is not standard, right? Whether that's a vegan diet or a carnivore diet, for that matter. And so I think there's potentially a predisposition amongst people of a higher IQ to adopt, a non-standard practice, right? A non-standard lifestyle. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that seems equally as likely, at least to me, as there's somehow, smart people choose to be vegan because it's healthier. Well, I think the general trend in mainstream media, mainstream science has been pretty anti-meat over the last several years. And so, I think if you go back and look at intellectuals that were children in the 40s, I would imagine they were probably far more likely to become part of that 1960s counterculture movement, the anti-war movement. I'm almost certain that would be the case. I don't know if there's any research to back that up, but so that's really more of an alignment with a social cause, and that's certainly true for what we would maybe call, I don't know what you would call it, but maybe ethical vegans that were choosing this lifestyle, not necessarily for the nutritional benefits, but for other reasons. So I think that's definitely something to consider. And if we go back and look at that, IQ does have an impact on some of those things. And then really one of the things that we have to talk about is just the healthy user bias here, that when any time that you're comparing, almost all the time, when you're comparing say a vegan diet or even a vegetarian diet to quote unquote meat eater or an omnivore, that group of people is pre-selected, right? And there are some things that we can do, statistically to manipulate that data to try to correct to some degree for some of those variables, but those procedures are imperfect and imprecise, and it's almost impossible to even define all of the variables that come into play there, and much less correct for them, and without the ability to do a randomized control trial to any meaningful sense, I think it just speaks to me, it speaks to the difficulty of doing research on human nutrition. It's just extraordinarily challenging. And I look at some of these studies, and sometimes I may have some methodological critiques or whatever, but I think the biggest takeaway is this: it's just really hard to generate any data there that is compelling, because of for a variety of reasons, but this healthy user bias, I think, is a huge one. People that choose a restrictive diet like that are much more likely to be adherent to other healthy activities. They're less likely to smoke, they're less likely to drink, some of these other things, and it's just very difficult to correct for some of those things. And then I think the other issue there is you start reading some of the results and the conclusions from some of these studies, and you're like, well, that's a much softer statement than what the people are out there on social media sharing. And a lot of times it's this correlation between higher intake of plant source foods is associated with X, Y, or Z benefit. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that a meat eater couldn't capture those benefits as well by eating more plant-based foods, right? And so I think one of the things that we have to think about here is, a lot of times the question is asked, I get asked this question all the time, should people eat less meat? Well, it depends on what they're going to replace it with. Should people eat less meat if they're going to replace it with green leafy fruits, green leafy vegetables, and low sugar fruits? Then almost certainly, probably most people in the developed world should. But if they're going to replace it with carbs and sugar and sweetened drinks and things of that nature, then probably they're better off keeping their meat intake where it's at, or even increasing it. So, I think that's one of the main problems as I look at this. Is just extraordinarily difficult, and that leaves open, huge opportunities for people with ideological biases or whatever to come in and interpret the data and go way beyond what the data really says. And it's extraordinarily difficult, I think, even for scientists trying to evaluate that data, and it's almost impossible for the general public to evaluate that. And so I think that's why you end up in this situation where we're at. I mean, you and I are having a debate about whether a diet that includes meat or doesn't include meat is healthier or better for you cognitively. I'm sure there are similar conversations going on all over the world right now. What's not going on around the world is two scientists arguing about whether mixing two compounds is going to result in an exothermic reaction, right? They've done the studies. They know, these are, this is, no science is settled in the sense that it's all the results are open to change just by the basic nature of science. But these are not things that people argue about because they're so well established that it's difficult to argue with. The studies have been done. If you don't believe the studies, go do it yourself, and you're going to find that that's very much indeed exothermic reaction. So, I think there are fields where it is much more difficult to draw broad conclusions for a variety of reasons. And in a lot of ways, human nutrition is like the perfect storm of all of those problems. It's very difficult to do randomized control trials. There is a lot of ideological bias. There's a lot of emotion behind these issues, arguably more emotion behind some of these issues than almost any other that we debate about in public. And we're relying on mostly observational data, which is not, there's no value there at all. It's just that you very often end up with an inability to determine causation. By definition, really, you can't determine causation. And I think the other factor that comes into play here is that the impacts are pretty small, right? So if you're seeing a very large effect and you have a large amount of epidemiological data to support that, you can come to some pretty strong conclusions. But very often, in my experience, the effects are quite small, especially on an absolute basis. And so if you think about some of those things, there's a lot of opportunity for ideological bias. It's very difficult to do randomized controlled trials. The effects tend to be relatively small. It makes it extraordinarily difficult to draw any strong conclusions. And so I think, most of what I see out there is, from my perspective, hyperbolic. It's overstating what the evidence supports.
Okay, well, there's a lot there, so we can go through it point by point. So yeah, there's a couple of things that you've said that I think are reasonable concessions on your part. I appreciate that, saying that probably if you're replacing it with healthy plant foods, then most people in developed countries should be eating less meat, which obviously I agree, and didn't really expect to hear that from you, honestly. So, that's good. I think to go all the way back to the point about the correlation with IQ, you said that mainstream science has tended to be anti-meat, which I agree with that. I think that's because that is what the scientific evidence tends to support. And in terms of like people, perhaps smarter people are more likely to take kind of unconventional or countercultural positions. I think that's probably true to the extent that those positions are reasonable and that like mainstream behavior doesn't align with mainstream science, for example with eating red meat. I think that smart people are going to be more able to look at the scientific evidence and say, okay, there's actually pretty strong evidence that this is correlated with worse health outcomes and with other considerations that you might have, like environmental outcomes or animal suffering and things like this, and therefore I'm going to align with that. But I don't think, as far as I'm aware, there's any evidence of higher IQ amongst people following a carnivore diet, for example, which is going to be another like countercultural kind of minority position. I don't think that there's any research on the topic, but from what I've seen anecdotally, I would say maybe the opposite is the case there. So if it was purely a function of like taking some sort of countercultural position, I think you would expect to see the same thing with respect to other minority diets. For example, carnivore, I don't think that you do see that.
Well, we just don't have there's very little data at all on the carnivore diet, and frankly, there's not a lot of data on the vegan diet, to be honest. But there's almost zero on the carnivore, and I'm not here to defend the carnivore diet. I think both the vegan diet and the carnivore diet are extreme diets by definition. They exclude entire food groups. So I would advocate for most people for something in the middle. But is there a correlation between some of the things that we see on the vegan diet and the carnivore diet? I don't know. I would be interested in seeing that data, but I don't think there's very little out there on it. And another thing that
it'd be interesting.
That we have to think about is
I'd certainly also be interested to see like any kind of studies on carnivore and IQ. But let me I want to address, because you've said a lot, so there's a lot on the table I want to get through. So that's on the point about intelligence, which again I think we're in agreement. There is a link or correlation between higher IQ and vegetarianism. You're unsure about the causality. I have never been proposing that it's vegetarianism leading to a higher IQ. You're a little bit skeptical about the concept of IQ. I don't think, that we see the same evidence with respect to carnivore diets, so I don't think the countercultural thing is explaining that as well. There's a pretty plausible path by which smarter people would say, okay, scientific evidence, as you said, tends to suggest that meat-free diets are healthier, certainly they're better for the environment, certainly that if you're at all tuned into the animal suffering component, then that's going to be a consideration as well. But I want to talk a bit about the broader health evidence and the criticisms there. On the healthy user bias, so, I know a lot of pro-meat people, as it were, are well versed in the criticisms of epidemiological studies. We do, in fact, have randomized control trials where people swap out meat consumption for alternatives. I think there's at least half a dozen at this point, studies where people are swapping out mainly red meat for plant-based meat alternatives, and do this for 8 or 12 weeks, and consistently they're showing decreased levels of LDL cholesterol, decreased BMI, decreased blood pressure, like all sorts of cardiometabolic health markers are improved when you reduce red meat consumption and swapping to plant-based meat alternatives, which are, oft demonized as ultra-processed foods, but in fact associated with improved health markers. And that is randomized controlled trial, so it's not, you don't have any of the kind of correlative or like healthy user bias and stuff like that. We do also see a dose-response relationship for, in particular, red and processed meat with a bunch of negative health outcomes. And so that means it's not just the people who are choosing to follow a vegetarian diet and they maybe have sort of other confounding things about being non-smokers and stuff like this, which could be a criticism, right? That they're interested in other healthy lifestyles. But then you also see a dose-response relationship. So it's not just the people who are avoiding it completely, but if you eat more of it, you're even more at risk of heart disease, cancer, early mortality. So again, that's pretty suggestive of a causal link. In the case of heart disease, is pretty well established as well through a study type called Mendelian randomization, which looks at genetic variation. Basically, some people are predisposed to have lower LDL cholesterol, and just like on a genetic basis. So that is, assigned at conception. It's not reflective of people's other choices. And people who are genetically predisposed to have lower LDL cholesterol are also at lower risk of cardiovascular health events. So it's pretty suggestive, again, that LDL cholesterol in particular, which is associated with red meat consumption, associated with saturated fat intake, is causally linked to heart disease. So there's a few things on the kind of criticisms that you've given of the evidence for, or the health evidence against red meat. I don't know if you want to say anything to that. Oh, and the only other thing they said is like opportunity for ideological bias, which I agree that opportunity certainly exists, but I would think, given that vegetarians and vegans are a large minority, if anything, it's tending to cut in the other direction. So most people coming to the research are motivated to not see bad things about diets, including meat, and to not see good things about diets that are meat-free. So to the extent that there is an ideological bias, I would suggest it tends to cut in the other direction. But yeah, we do have plenty of studies that...
With that.
Okay.
That seems almost absurd to me, really, to be honest with you. It's, if you're a researcher in the human nutrition world, you're suggesting that there is cultural pressure within your field to not demonize meat. I mean, just go read the research that comes out of Harvard. I mean, it's very biased against overall, very biased against meat.
Well, it's not that it's biased against meat. It's that there's consistent findings of the research which are suggestive that we ought to be reducing consumption of red processed meat, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. I think that those results are, less than compelling. We hear a lot about, differences in risk factors. You mentioned LDL cholesterol. Well, when we go look at the response in LDL cholesterol amongst certain subsets of people, we see a high variation in that response. So some people that adopt a higher meat diet, so most of the research has been on people that adopt a ketogenic, a meat-focused ketogenic diet. You see especially amongst people that are overweight or obese, which, let's face it, in most of the developed world is most of us, that there's a high amount of variation. There's a percentage of people who see a reduction in LDL cholesterol. There's a percentage of people that see a modest increase in LDL cholesterol. And then there's a small but significant minority that you might call hyper responders. Looks to me like somewhere between 10 and maybe 18% that can see dramatic increases in LDL cholesterol. And so, if the pattern there is meat is high in saturated fat. That leads to higher LDL cholesterol. Well, that is true in some people, and then that LDL cholesterol is a reliable marker for cardiovascular disease. Okay, well, first of all, a diet high in meat doesn't necessarily have to be high in saturated fat, as high in saturated fat. I mean, there's a big difference between a lean meat diet and a fatty meat diet. Now, I'm not necessarily advocating for one or the other, but the idea that saturated fat, the very high levels of saturated fat come along with a high meat diet, I don't think it's necessarily true.
Well, it's not necessarily true, but it's going to tend to be true, right? Particularly red meat, you're getting high saturated fats, you're going to end up with high LDL cholesterol, you're going to increase your chance of having heart disease.
There are plenty of cuts of pork that are, especially today, that are leaner than poultry. So, I mean, if you want to stay on a relatively low-fat diet and eat a substantial amount of meat, it's more than possible. So that's, in general, though, people that eat meat are going to eat a higher level of saturated fat. That's definitely true. And then the LDL cholesterol, I think a lot of the data is skewed by these hyper responders. And then there's some really interesting data out there as well, wondering maybe this is not a particular problem. It's very interesting that the people that tend to be hyper responders tend to be leaner and would be considered more fit than the people that have less negative or even positive response to an increased meat in their diets. I'm interested. I'm intrigued by some of that research. It's just not there yet. If I had a friend or a family member, or certainly if I was one of those hyper responders, I would be concerned about that. But there is some interesting, potentially compelling research that would claim that that's not necessarily a risk factor at the individual level. And I think that's a big part of what a problem with this discussion that we're having is we're trying to, if you're trying to say, okay, what's an nutritionally optimal diet for humans? Well, are we talking about at a population level, or are we talking about an individual level? Because I think the emerging research is there's a significant amount of variability. It might surprise you that I would be willing to concede that for a subset of the population, a vegan diet might be nutritionally optimal. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I would not be surprised to hear that. I would also not be surprised that for certain people that a carnivore diet or something very close to a carnivore diet might be nutritionally optimal. That's going to depend on genetic predispositions. It's going to, a lot of people with autoimmune diseases, for example, have seen, good results from a high, maybe not a carnivore, but a high meat diet. But my argument would be at the population level, probably most people's optimal diet would benefit from some inclusion of animal products, probably on a continuum. When we talk about individuals, I think it's a lot different. And so when you talk about that individual variation, if there's these hyper responders that are kind of, confusing the results in terms of LDL cholesterol, that becomes a bit of a problem. So if I'm looking at that at the population level, if all I know about a person is they started eating meat and they're eating more meat and their LDL cholesterol went up, if that's the only thing I know, I would probably say, yeah, you're probably at greater risk of cardiovascular disease. But if I was that person, I might take a different approach. I might say, okay, depending on what age I was and, what my current diet was and what other benefits I was, getting from that diet, I might, try to do imaging to see about the actual plaque. And, we've seen some of that. There's some evidence, and some of it is pretty anecdotal at this point, that there are people with very high LDL cholesterol levels that even over a period of time don't show any significant signs of plaque in their arteries. Are they at a higher risk of cardiovascular disease? Maybe, but maybe not. So, there's a lot of variation. It becomes very difficult to make these broad statements, especially at the individual level, but even at the population level. And so if you think about, again, going back to that question, should people eat more meat or less meat? I think in developed countries where the main challenge is metabolic disorders and being overweight, I think it just depends on what you replace it with. I think most people, if they doubled their meat intake, would probably lose weight, right? So, if you reduce your meat intake and replace that with green leafy vegetables and, low sugar fruits, probably going to lose weight. Whatever you need to do to lose weight, if you're overweight, that's almost certainly the best thing that you can do nutritionally, at least in the short term. Now, if we look at developing countries, where the big challenge is nutrient deficiencies and caloric deficiencies, then adding meat to those diets can be very beneficial. So as a general rule, I would say those people probably need to eat more meat and animal products. But again, it becomes, and
let's stick to talking about developed countries, and we might have to go a little bit shorter back and forth. We come into the last 10 minutes and a lot of stuff still on the table. I think there is very, very strong evidence for LDL cholesterol being causally associated with heart disease, and I hear this talking point a lot. There's a consensus statement from people who study this, saying the totality of evidence unequivocally establishes that LDL causes atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. The lean mass hyperresponders thing I've heard a couple of times as well. They did a trial in 2024, and they did coronary angiography, which like scans of the heart health, and they found significantly elevated coronary artery plaque among people in this category compared to control. So it was like the people. I'm talking about the people who coined the term lean mass hyperresponders. Did a study on this a couple of years ago, and they did still find increased levels of plaque in the coronary arteries. So it doesn't look like that is like the get out of jail free card on cholesterol that people sometimes think that it is. There is very, very good evidence that LDL cholesterol is causally associated with heart disease. It's going to be at increased levels for people who have meat in their diet, and certainly like red meat in particular. I mean, the other thing I would want to see addressed, like there's a ton of evidence, ton of meta-analyses looking at hundreds of thousands, millions of people in some cases, showing associations with increased risk of heart disease, cancer, and early mortality in particular. And now you've said, you're not that sold on observational studies, there's healthy user bias and stuff like this. And I said in the last, which I haven't had a response to, I don't know if you have anything to say to, there are RCTs which are associated with the variables that we would expect to lead to these conditions. So we do have some randomized control trials showing, again, like swapping out red meat for legumes, for nuts, for plant-based meat alternatives, you reduce those health risks. And then also there's the dose response point, which kind of like surpasses the healthy user bias, because you have not only people who are choosing not to eat meat having better health outcomes, but people who are eating even more meat having even worse health outcomes. So I think that kind of surpasses and envelops a lot of the would-be criticisms of the epidemiological data on this point.
Well, the randomized control trials that you're referring to are very short term. So, I mean, you're making a huge leap if you extrapolate from, one that gets, the twin study gets referred to a lot. I believe that was an 8-week study, and it was not isocaloric, right? So, what are those benefits and those markers? Was that from getting rid of meat or from eating more vegetables, or was it simply because you were calorically restricted? Yeah.
Well, there's been a few studies looking at it, and they replace meat directly with plant-based meat, right?
Yeah, and I'm not very familiar with those studies. I could go back and look at that. But
and if we accept anything about LDL cholesterol, like we're seeing a significant effect on LDL cholesterol, even in that short 8-week period, it probably ain't going to get better after a year of doing that kind of diet, right? Like you've cut down red meat, you've seen significant reduction in LDL cholesterol.
I don't think you can say that. I mean, we see that at all, and a lot in animal studies. We see a short-term transient benefit that proves not to endure, right? I think you start looking at some of these issues. It's stage of life. If you're at a certain stage of life, maybe there's more or less benefit. But there's some emerging evidence that maybe a lower protein diet might be helpful in sort of that middle age, and then increasing that protein when you get to a more advanced age might make sense. So I think it's a lot. I think you're making some general assumptions that you can't really make, especially when you're talking about relatively small differences, and you're pretending as if there's no evidence to support the benefits of meat, which is certainly not the case. I mean, you look at there's some what was that 2019 study that showed an increased risk of hemorrhagic stroke, significantly increased. If you're going to call these other effects significant, I think it was a 20% relative increase in risk of stroke, overall stroke, most of that driven by hemorrhagic stroke, in people on a vegan, I can't remember if that was a vegan or vegetarian diet. I think it was vegetarian.
Right, but you agree that by the same standard, the weight of evidence, and we can talk about particular conditions like some higher risks on this diet, some on that diet, with the overall weight of this kind of evidence is increased overall mortality for increased meat consumption. Like vegans, vegetarians consistently have better health outcomes across, again, meta-analyses looking at cohorts and randomized control trials as well for the shorter term stuff, for hundreds of thousands, millions of people across different cohorts, across continents. Like, this is not at all contended on that level. If you want to talk about on the level of epidemiological evidence, it's very much decisive that there are better health outcomes for lower meat consumption.
Well, not in terms of hemorrhagic stroke.
Yeah, but why would you just care about one particular thing when I'm telling you the overall mortality is going to be worse?
Why would you not care about one particular thing?
Because presumably you care about not dying more than you care about not having a stroke.
I don't want to. I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
Why not? I'm talking about overall mortality, like your overall risk of death.
Would you want to spend the last 20 years of your life debilitated by stroke? I mean, I think you're drawing some broad conclusions there. Some outcomes are more concerning to some people than other, and I think
right. Assuming if you care about not dying and not having heart disease and not having cancer, then for people who care about that kind of stuff, you should be eating less meat.
There was a study in 2022 that showed an increased risk of colorectal cancer in vegans. I mean, so there's does that mean that that was causative? I don't know. Probably
not about being causative, but it's about I mean, so look, again, we've got like the long-term epidemiological studies where you follow cohorts for years and years and years, and then you can say there's some complaints about that. It's observational. You have healthy user bias, blah blah blah. You have dose response things, which kind of gets past that to a decent extent because that is going to be characteristic of a causal relationship, right? Where that's not to do with healthy bias, because if you have people who are eating meat and they have better health outcomes than people who are eating lots of meat, right? So I don't think that you can necessarily make the same case there. And then you also have shorter-term randomized control trials showing increases in the health markers that are associated with those health conditions, like increase in LDL cholesterol for people eating meat compared to plant-based meat, and then compelling evidence that LDL cholesterol increase is associated with increased causal risk of heart disease. I think the inference structure is pretty clear. There's worse health outcome. We haven't really spoken much about the cognitive health side either, which is kind of like one of the main things that we were going to discuss. But you see equally strong associations from, again, meta-analyses looking at dozens of different studies across like massive cohorts, hundreds of thousands, millions of people across many years. 26% lower risk of cognitive decline, 15% lower risk of dementia. There's like I'm looking at a bunch of meta-analyses that all consistently show in this direction for people following plant-based diets.
Yes, and those all would suffer from the healthy user bias. I mean, the reality is you're comparing, basically, for the most part, a relatively healthy vegan or vegetarian diet to a general population diet that includes meat. And that's a problem. Now, are there unhealthy
a dose-response relationship that if you're eating more meat, you're more likely to have a heart attack or cancer?
But that doesn't necessarily address the overall quality of the diet. And
only insofar as diets with more meat are of worse quality, which I guess I would agree with that.
Well, if you're saying that a vegetarian or vegan diet is more healthy because it includes higher levels of vegetables and fruits, I would say I generally agree with that.
Okay,
but
nice.
Whether that is superior compared to a diet that includes high levels of vegetables and fruits and also includes animal sourced foods, I think is very much not established. And
certainly suggested by the best health evidence that we have.
Well, I mean, you can say that if you want to, but these are very weak links, right? These are small effects. They're small effects. I mean, when you call out an 18% or 20% increase in relative risk, you're almost always describing relatively rare events. And so what you're seeing there
heart
is
disease and
really
cancer
an
are the biggest
risk.
Causes of death in developed countries.
Yes, but it's still on a your particular risk in the next 10 years or so is relatively small. I mean, usually for those types of things, you're talking about in terms of the general population, you're talking about, a 2% risk of, a 5% risk of. And so what you're talking about is increased risk of 2% to 3%, or an increase of 5% to 1%, and 18% relative risk or 20% relative risk sounds impressive, but in terms of absolute risk, it really isn't impressive. And you start thinking about all the potential confounders, and it gets really weak evidence. And you have some of these, there's several of these meta-analysis and reviews of systematic reviews of randomized control trials, which show null outcome, right? Global burden of disease study from 2022 basically said there was weak evidence linking meat to unprocessed red meat to adverse health outcomes.
Yeah, that also had the same conclusion about like passive smoking and chewing tobacco and stuff like that. That particular study uses a very weird star rating system where they basically exclude a lot of studies which are speaking to quite well established effects. And I think that's kind of speaking to something that is characteristic of this critique of epidemiology overall, because you're also not going to have any long-term randomized control trials showing that smoking causes lung cancer, for example. So often the trick is, and I don't mean to imply that you're being dishonest. I think you probably just like read pro-meat sources talking about critiques of this kind of evidence, but it's insisting on a standard of evidence that basically can't exist with respect to like randomized control trials over long term. You're not going to have people randomized to a diet follow for 10, 20, 30 years, or to randomize to smoking or not smoking to follow for that amount of time, right? So if you're waiting around for those studies to be published, you're going to be waiting forever. The best health evidence that we have, and maybe can have, is clearly indicative of increased risk of the largest causes of death in developed countries for increased meat consumption, and also of overall death as well, which, is why we talk about overall mortality. Presumably that's the outcome that most people are ultimately concerned with.
Well, the comparison to secondhand smoking or chewing tobacco and meat is really absurd. There's no benefit.
That's the same conclusion from the global burden of disease study.
That's fine, but your conclusion can't be the same. There's no benefit to chewing tobacco. There's no health benefits to chewing tobacco. There's no health benefits to secondhand smoke. There are health benefits to meat. It is a very high quality, highly bioavailable source of a wide variety of nutrients.
Right, but it's also consistently associated with worse actual health outcomes. Like all the stuff about bioavailability and nutrient density and other stuff of this nature. I don't know why anybody would care about that when there's looking at the actual human health outcomes evidence is consistently associated with worse health outcomes. So why do I care about bioavailability if it's also increasing my risk of heart disease, cancer, and early death? Like the outcomes
well, it's not universally increasing your risk. And like I said, it's just the quality of the evidence there is very weak. And there are a lot of confounders that we can't account for. And it's not as if there's no risk associated with a vegan diet. Rates of vitamin B12 deficiency are significantly higher amongst vegans than they are amongst meat eaters. There was a study in 2010 in the UK. I think it was males that showed that 52% of the vegans in the study were clinically deficient for vitamin B12. It was something like 7 or 8% in vegetarians, and basically, I think there was 1 out of like 280 omnivores where they were deficient in B12. Obviously, that's going to vary based on supplement rates, but there was a study in 2013 that showed that vegetarian children and elder vegetarians were far more likely to have a vitamin B12 deficiency. I mean, the diet is fundamentally deficient.
Right, but you can take B12 deficiency. I have my B12 supplements right here. This is giving me 1,000% of my B12 requirement. I think these are about 10 cents per pill. Like you can supplement B12 and just have better health outcomes. So I don't understand why I don't understand why supplementation is any kind of problem if it's associated with better health outcomes.
I don't have any problem with supplementation. I'm a lot of people are anti-supplement. I'm not anti-supplement. I think they have a wide variety of uses, but I think it is significant that you have a diet that's fundamentally deficient in an essential nutrient, and that you have to supplement in order to get that nutrient. I mean,
right, but why does that matter if there's also better health outcomes? Like, if you can have a diet where you take a supplement and have better health outcomes versus a diet where you don't take a supplement and have worse health outcomes, aren't you picking the diet with the better health outcomes?
Well, you're making broad generalizations. Okay, there's a wide variety of reasons why you might be at a higher health.
Vegans are associated with better health outcomes.
Well, what health? Hemorrhagic stroke? Is that one that
overall mortality?
Colorectal cancer. So there was a study that linked colorectal cancer with a vegan diet.
Colorectal cancer, like definitely dose response relationships associated with higher increase of red and processed meat. Again, like that same study has. That same study has vegetarians and pescatarians at low, or I think pescatarians, but certainly vegetarians at lower risk of colorectal cancer. But in any case, the main point is the overall health outcomes, and we can get talking about certain nutrients and vitamins. We can talk about certain nutrients and vitamins. We look at overall health outcomes. We can look at certainly we can zoom in on like particular conditions and say, vegans have higher rates of whatever it may be, but overall mortality is going to be, the ultimate health outcome. And again, consistently, vegans associated with lower risk of overall mortality, and for heart disease and cancer, which are the leading cause of death in developed countries. So for me, that is like very difficult to surmount with any of these other concerns about like B12 deficiency or do you know what I mean? Like it's just going to not be as important as health outcomes.
Yes, again, you're using these broad terms in terms of health outcomes.
Yeah.
And your risk of mortality is 100%. Right? And so
sure,
I mean,
but over a defined period, that is.
And people are free to prioritize certain health outcomes. I have dementia and Alzheimer's disease in my family. And if there's something that I could,
don't be chonging the red meat, then, mate. Like you're increasing your risk of getting those conditions.
If there's mixed data on that as well, there just is, and so you're
the weight of evidence I've seen is suggesting that
if I had to trade 1 year of life for a significant reduction in risk of dementia or Alzheimer's disease, I would do that in a heartbeat. So.
But you can get both of those. If you cut your red meat consumption, you get both of those benefits. You probably live longer and you'll be at lower risk of dementia or Alzheimer's. Yeah, absolutely.
It's not necessarily true. It's just not, right?
This
data is confounded. It is. And here's another one. And I said I was an hour hard, but I really do have to go in a few minutes.
We're over time. That's fair.
But here's the other issue that I think really pollutes all of this data and really makes it really difficult. And that is there's this assumption that the people that get categorized as vegans and vegetarians in these studies are long-term vegans and vegetarians. And I look at the research and I'm not sure how many of those people actually exist. The recidivism rate for a vegan diet is extraordinarily high. 80%, 50% more than 50% within a year. I think it was about a third of people quit the diet within 90 days. And so exactly what are we measuring here? And then you go look, and there's some of these surveys that show people that self-identified as vegans and vegetarians. I don't know if I have that. I don't think I have that handy, but it was something like 50% of them said that they had eaten meat or animal products in the last 24 hours. Okay, so what exactly is going on here? What exactly are we measuring? It looks to me like the evidence that there are very many long-term vegans, particularly, and even vegetarians that are compliant is pretty small. And so what are we comparing? Are we at best maybe we're comparing a bunch of meat-eating vegans and vegetarians that presumably eat less because maybe they don't eat it in public, maybe they just eat it in the shadows in a dark corner of a Walmart parking lot or something. I'm not sure exactly what I'm not sure exactly what to take from that, other than when I see a study about over 30 years, vegans and vegetarians have better health outcomes. How many of those people actually ate a vegan or vegetarian diet?
Well, I'm actually not going to contend that. We do survey research on this kind of topic, and that actually is a feature that we see. Like people's self-identification doesn't necessarily line up perfectly with their own, again, like both are self-reported in this case, own self-reported consumption. But fortunately, like looking at the long-term health evidence, you do have both of those things. So you have both like dietary self-identity, self-categorization as vegan, vegetarian, or you put yourself in a category like that for the purpose of these studies, and then also food diaries, which are looking at what they are reporting to have consumed, and that's how you get the dose response thing, where people are, if you're eating even more red meat, then you're at even higher risk of these negative health outcomes. So you do have both of those things going on.
Those diaries and questionnaires are notoriously unreliable. I mean, there's ways to do it that are more reliable. I mean, if you record it as you're eating, presumably that's going to be more accurate. A lot of these studies ask you to, how much ham did you eat, last quarter of last year, and so,
it's
it's
usually
just
like
another reason.
It's usually a 7-day recall that they'll do. Like the most common one now is called Intake 24, that they'll do 3 days in a week, including 3 non-consecutive days in a week, including 1 weekend day. And they're asking about the prior 24 hours. So that's like the most common form at the moment. Now, again, like it's not going to be infallible, that kind of self-report.
Well,
but then again, you've got the randomized control trials where people are like given all of their food that they're going to eat. They literally box up, here's your food for the week, and this is all you're going to eat. And even in those cases, you're getting like the people who are swapping out meat, lower blood pressure, lower LDL cholesterol, they're losing weight. Like there's a variety of studies that have kind of different methods and ways of looking at this, and all of their conclusions are triangulating on the idea that the less meat that you're eating, the healthier they're going to be in all of these different ways. But listen, I know you have to wrap up soon, so maybe we can both give like a bit of like a sort of 2-minute closing statement, and then we'll wrap it up.
Sure. You want me to go first?
Sure.
Yeah. So I think, my closing statement would be around, I think, for most people in most situations, the inclusion of some level of animal products in the diet is nutritionally optimal. I am unconvinced by the data on either negative effects on mental health for a vegan diet, or the cognitive benefits of a vegan diet for not necessarily just reserving judgment, because I just don't think the quality of evidence is sufficient in those areas. When it comes to health, I think the results are mixed. I think the healthy user bias is a giant problem. I think the inability to conduct long-term randomized controlled trials is a real problem. I think ideological bias is a huge problem. I think the methodology in terms of collecting the data is a huge problem. And this is not necessarily a criticism of the researchers. I feel for them. It's an enormous challenge to try to collect good quality data. I think this is just one of those areas where you're not going to have the type of conclusive data that we'd all like to have to be able to make a decision. And I think you've got to take the totality of the evidence, positive and negative, and make a decision on what's right for you. And I think ultimately that's really what this comes down to, is there's just so much variation. I've seen this in the animal studies that we do, and you're starting to see some of this in some of the human research that shows there's just a very wide variety of nutritional needs. And so when we start to try to make policy decisions, we're doing that on the average. And I think what we've seen is there's probably more variation than what we thought, not less variation. And so I think as you try to draw big conclusions from the data, I think it's very difficult, very challenging. And I think everybody's ultimately got to decide, take a look at the data. Unfortunately, most people are going to have to depend on people to interpret the data for them. And that's unfortunate, but it's not realistic to expect everybody to be able to keep up and interpret the data. And that's just not terribly reasonable. And so what I think I would like to see is a recognition that there are different benefits of different diets for different people. And I think there should be a wide range of available options out there. I think a vegan diet for a certain subset of people is, with supplementation, is safe and can be healthy. I think that's probably true for the carnivore diet, and I think that's certainly true for everything in between. And so that's my take. I think it's supported by the evidence. I think it's balanced, and it may not be a satisfactory answer because people want clear answers, but I just don't think the data supports the ability to make broad conclusions. And so if that's unsatisfying, I'm sorry, but I just think that's the reality of the situation that we find ourselves in. And we just have to understand the limitations of the research and make the best decision that we can with our, for ourselves, with the consultation of our doctor and any other professionals that you want to bring in.
All right, well, thanks for the closing statement. I'll just give a few words as well. I appreciate that you've run a bit over time here, so, thanks for doing that. I agree with some of what's been said there. I think that it's not reasonable to expect everyday people to be able to interpret evidence on health and nutrition, which can be complicated. That said, the overwhelming weight of the evidence that we have and the expert interpretation of that evidence is supportive of the view that plant-based diets are going to be healthier, that in particular red and processed meats are associated with increased risk of cancer, heart disease, and mortality. We've heard a bit about the healthy user bias in epidemiological studies, but we have not heard any rebuttal to the ways that can be overcome, like looking at dose-response relationships, looking at randomized control trials in the short term, and also looking at Mendelian randomization trials for people who are predisposed to have low LDL cholesterol, for example. All of these three are ways that we can make conclusions about the health data that we have, which overcomes that healthy user bias. So we have agreed that there's a link between higher IQ and vegetarianism. We had got into the details about that relationship to some extent, but I think we're in agreement that that generally is the case. We've also agreed that people in developed countries who are looking to eat more healthy plant foods will likely be benefiting their health to be eating less meat. That is the mainstream scientific health and nutrition position, and that, most people...
You misspoke there. I think you meant developed countries, and I think you said developing countries.
Pardon me, in developed... Thank you for that, Pardon me, in developed countries, if you're living in a developed country and you are looking to improve your overall health, then reducing meat is going to be a way that you can do that. So we'll leave it there. Thanks for coming on, Todd. I appreciate the conversation.
Sounds good.
All right. Take care.
Thanks a lot.
Well, there we go. How are we doing? That's my hidden camera angle there. We'll go for the main one. I think that went pretty well. What do you guys think? Damn, I never really did... So I never expected to be doing health debates, frankly. It's always one of the topics that I've looked at and thought, that's not where my expertise is, but since we've been watching a few of these, and now that I've done, I guess only 2 health debates, but I have to say I feel that they've both gone pretty well. Oh, we got the echo. All right. Appreciate you, Tone. You missed it? Oh, come on. He seemed honest. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, honestly, he agreed with more than I was expecting. Like, the main disagreement that we had on LinkedIn was about the IQ thing, and he didn't really push back on that. Thanks, Indef, and nice to see you. Thanks for joining. Yeah, sometimes I was worried that I was kind of letting him go too much. There were some bits in there where I was like, I haven't spoken for like 10 minutes. I was writing everything down so that I could respond, but I also had an eye on the hour stop time. It was meant to be that we were stopping on the hour, so someone just got yeeted in chat. Thanks for playing, Novavex. Yeah, we had some people coming in from, I guess, Todd's LinkedIn network. But we're pretty familiar now with the critiques of epidemiology. That's like a big part of what's in the pro-meat health debaters toolkit, is the critiques of epidemiology, and I think I've got a pretty good handle on dealing with that now. The FUD was strong with this guy, True Skeech. Yeah, he did. I think I need to be a little more aggressive with interrupting sometimes. Like, this is the problem with doing debates from LinkedIn. I'm trying to keep it quite professional. But yeah. Can't believe we didn't burst out laughing when we said our chance of mortality is 100%. Yeah, I mean, it's a forgivable misunderstanding. Diet context, false veganism. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, I agree with the spirit of what you're saying, Vegan Anthem, but when you're doing health debates, obviously it's, you've got to narrow the scope a bit. I did mention the environment and the animals in the context of, like, why are smart people tend to be vegetarian. I kind of expected more disagreement on that point, really. We could, like, agreed quite early on that indeed there is a correlation between higher IQ and increased likelihood of being vegetarian. And then he said, well, I'm not convinced about the direction of causality. And I kind of said, that's fine. And that was that. Then we moved on to talk about other things. But yeah, I expected a bit more. I don't know. I was expecting to come, oh, this study said that vegetarians have lower IQ or something like that. But maybe he looked and there wasn't any. I don't know. Well, yeah, again, Vegan Anthem, I appreciate the spirit of what you're saying, but I think, vegan diets do exist, even if you want to say that veganism is not a diet. There is such thing as a vegan diet, right? Vitamin C is in meat and high in spleen, but vitamin C is only needed to break down sugars, so don't eat it. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one, Underhood. I think you do need to have vitamin C. Fair point, Indef. Yeah, I might look into that. I'd like to hear something about the short-term Q dimension of qualities like LDL and aerobic performance. That's actually, yeah, that's a really good. That would be it, right? That would be where you'd start in terms of looking at that kind of stuff. Because yeah, if your heart's working hard, that's gonna impact on everything else, right? True, Oppenheimer. I don't know where these carnivore people get off. Where do you carnivores get off, huh? Hey, Ben from Berlin. Nice to see you. Doxed. Sabby Coops, what's good? Damn, I wish I could read all of these messages from the Novavax person. They seem to be right there in the fray of it. No, I think eating was the right decision. I'll trust better on that. Yeah, the B12 stuff's interesting. I feel like maybe I have a sampling bias from the vegans that I know, but I feel like nobody doesn't know about B12 at this point. My supplements got 1,000% my B12. Like, I'm probably getting too much B12 if anything. I've got B13 over here. What was I looking for? I was looking for for his post earlier on. Oh, this is it. We got a supportive comment from Andy Shovel, friend of the channel. So we had a call for some meatheads to come and join the chat. So I think that's why we've got some interesting characters about today. Hey Poe, yeah, you missed a pretty good one. IMHO, I'm pleased with how that went. It's amazing how much you do improve with practice at this kind of stuff. There's so much about just like debate experience in the moment, like when to interrupt, what to object to, what to let slide. I'm not anywhere near perfect yet. Again, this is like the 7th debate I've done ever, I think. Something like that. But yeah, like as we got closer to the hour there where I thought we were going to have to stop, I was like, all right, fuck, I'm going to have to start interrupting more because he was kind of going and going. I'm quite polite as a default setting. You're not really going to take it B96, true, don't. Yeah, that's so true. Oppenheimer, at the end, you're basically telling him he's missing for the forest of the trees, and he kept saying, what about this particular tree? Yeah, that's so true. When people claim healthy user bias prevents causal inference, they're making a causal claim themselves, based on what epistemics? I'd have to think about that, Skeech. I do like the implication of the healthy user bias critique, where it's kind of baked in that a vegetarian or vegan diet is healthy. And I think he even said something like that in the debate, right? Like, well, if people are choosing healthier diets, maybe they're going to be less likely to smoke or something. He probably thought, oh shit, I didn't mean to say that. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Underhood. Yeah, don't let them gishgal up. Yeah. I need to probably interrupt a little more. And then even when I started to talk, he cut in off like the first point, and I did say, oh, I've got a whole list of things to respond to here. But that point about like general debate tactics is well worth having on the hard drive, because in a conversation like that, it's easy to let the other person talk and not get to say your thing. I felt like I did that a little bit with Roger Yates, but you know, not too bad overall. I was quite satisfied with Roger Yates' conversation. I think with Roger Yates, I think we do have like very differing views on veganism, I guess, and like the point of veganism. And I'm aware that I'm somewhat atypical in that respect. And I don't hate it. I think that was a good conversation, and it kind of illuminated and kind of confirmed some of the things that I thought we might see differently. So, you know, I thought it was a good convo anyways. Colorectal cancer claim you made was probably the opposite of healthy use bias. The correlation went away after 4 years. Fuck, yeah. Do you know, I did actually look at that study a bit beforehand, which how I knew about the vegetarians still having lower risk. But I kind of forgot that 4 years... I've known that in the past, but I can't remember the details of that now. It's like people who have been vegan for less than 4 years or something like that. Anyway. We finish up... the Berry versus Khan debate. We might do that real quick. He did the thing, he was like shaking his head during my closing statement, but he was also thinking, I gotta go to my next meeting, so I don't want to carry it on. Anyway. Why do none of these health issues happen? We're only eating raw meat and raw organs. Probably because you die of other things much sooner, Underhood. The raw meat diet. Jeez, no, I haven't heard of that one. I thought the raw vegans were wacky, but the raw meat, I mean, that's next level. You let us know how you get on with that one, okay, Underhood? Opening up my LinkedIn notifications on the other tab so that I'm not doxing my messages. Okay, I'm gonna mark both those on red and come back to them. Yes, a diet change because symptoms. Oh, I see, AQ. Yeah. So it's actually for people in the first few years of being vegan. In which case, so it's only significant for the people in the first 4 years of being vegan, in which case reverse causality is quite a plausible explanation. Like people have some symptoms of colorectal cancer. They know that associated with meat consumption. I mean, I think that there is something to be said for calcium as well. When I was doing research, it's like calcium is probably protective for colorectal cancer, so should be... Well, I was going to say you should be supplementing that as well. I guess a lot of calcium fortified foods. I take a calcium supplement. There's a bunch of other things that we didn't get onto, omega-3 and other stuff. We know about the all the kind of deficiency arguments that can come up. And yeah, I'm pretty confident now in saying, look, all of this is just eclipsed by the health outcomes. Rummy has literally no downside. Can't say the same for any plant. Okay. Alright, Underhood. literally just like dying from foodborne disease? No. Raw meat has literally no downside. I mean, what is what is that? There's such clear and immediate downsides. We don't have any of the problems for epidemiology or lack of long-term RCTs when we're talking about raw meat consumption. Should debate face IQ. Who's that? Looks maxing. Alright, okay. Oh, he's a carnivore person, huh? I mean, sure, if he wants to. He's got a lot more subs than me, so I don't know if he'll want to do that, but if you want to summon him, bring him to me, then I'll be down. Yeah, Sabby, I don't know how you were unmodded for so long, honestly. I should have shielded this guy up a long time ago. Watch him debate vegan gains? Maybe another time. Yeah, if you're in that community, Underhood, feel free to let them know. A clog mixer. If you debate him, you get an even bigger influx of his audience. Like, yeah, okay, that's true, and that's good to keep in mind. I mean, you know, in general, I'm not opposed to doing debates with other content creators. Probably very good for me, honestly, because it's exposure and it's eyeballs and everything else. And that's fine if there's some trolls in chat. I mean, we can deal with it. But yeah, we can. The issue with that kind of thing is there's not really an incentive for them to debate like a 15 viewer Andy, as they say. Actually not doing too bad today. 26 viewer Andy. That's a good debate. The debate draw. We've got another debate on Thursday. May as well plug this while people are here. So we're ripping through the content calendar here. I might put up another one of these soon because I've booked in a couple more convos. But we had Roger Yates and Aidan Kankyoku on Sunday. We had Todd Thurman today. And Thursday at 5 PM UK time, so about this time, we're talking to and debating Skyjack Morgan, fellow vegan, on welfarism. So that'll be a good one. We go very much more gloves on for the fellow vegan debates. Grumpy old man slurs aside. And then 14th of April we've got D-Rams. I'm going to prepare well for that conversation. I want to have some good questions to ask him and things that he hasn't already spoken about in other contexts. But if you got any good questions for me to ask David Rams, then put them in chat or put them in the Discord, better yet. True in death. He's too famous, you have to DM him. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to go chasing these debates with like big people with 100,000 followers or more, because I don't know, maybe I should do that, honestly. Interesting in depth. Many people are saying this. All right, let's finish this up. We've got a few more minutes of this Dr. Khan versus Dr. Berry debate. And damn, I guess I should have prepared a bit more post-debate content, but I'll have a look on the other tab while we finish this up.
It's not because they're gluttons. It's not because meat tastes so amazing. That's not what this is about. It's not because they're being selfish because they just missed the flavor of meat. It's because their health was suffering. And so I would like to ask Dr. Khan if do you believe there's a subset of humans who genetically will only reach their optimal health if they do include meat in their diet? Do you think that's possible, that there's a subset of people who just won't flourish unless they have at least some meat in their diet? Is that possible?
I think that's possible.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Berry. Dr. Khan, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
No, I enjoyed the conversation. I respect Dr. Berry. Keep teaching clean diets. And
does he just forego a closing statement here? The other guy gave quite a long closing statement. I feel like, unless this was Khan's closing statement. Yeah, it looks like they're coming to an end.
We can share a salad together.
Yes. I'll eat the avocado.
Right.
Me too.
No, I appreciate both of you. I think in the spirit of open conversation, having real conversation, not clickbait, there is absolutely no reason why people should throw so much hate towards vegans or plant-based diets. It's absolutely absurd. And I think, unless you're arguing for animal protection, which I do understand, there's no reason to shame people who are carnivore or meat-based. I think it's absurd. I think all parties should work together. The goal is the same. And I think everybody here can echo the same thing. Stop eating fake food.
Unless you're doing it for purposes of not harming animals, there's no reason to shame people following carnivore diets. If you are doing it because you're concerned about not harming animals, then shame away. That's based. I mean, fair, true.
Pretty much everything that's packaged, for the most part, is not real food. And that is making you sick and anxious and fat. And that's the problem. So without, I guess we don't have anything else. If anybody else would like to ask any questions for our next conversation, please drop a comment below. I'll make sure to get Dr. Berry and Dr. Khan these questions, so maybe we do a follow-up. Please like, subscribe, share, and I will see you guys all on the next one.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Doctor.
I'm asking you just to do that.
This is a good debate. Yeah, no, that's actually a good shout. Maybe we'll watch some Skyjack Morgan Hay. That way we have a bit of we have some clips that he can come and talk about. It was quite good doing the Roger Yates stream before the Roger Yates debate, and then he could turn up and say, "Oh, you said this about me." That was good. That was good content. Yeah, David Rams is the GOAT. That's just that's not a debate. That's a conversation. Probably, I feel like I would be mostly me interviewing him, really. Is there a particular Skyjack Morgan convo or debate that I should have a look at? Yeah, damn. In depth, I've really actually appreciated your ethics commentary. You had some wise points during the Farmkind saga, and certainly I think you've helped me to understand deontology a bit. If indeed, I don't know how to what extent deontologists are going to sign off on some of these interpretations, but yeah, it seems to be about the what would you say? About the agent themselves, not about their impact on others. let's have a look if we've got anything worth covering on Green Queen or plant-based news. I don't know why I'm doing this on the other tab. We could do this over here. That seems like a bit of good news. Okay. Well, look, this is probably not really grabbing me right now, but we've got $4.7 million from the Dutch government funding for cultivated meat and fermented. That's actually very good. I'm underrating how good news that is. I'm just being lazy about reading it. But that's very good news, further support from the Dutch government for cultivated meat and fermentation. And then $34.2 million from the French government. Well, okay, that's now I'm interested. You just don't expect it from the French government. You expect it from Netherlands, but you don't expect it from the French government. Standing ovation bags $34.2 million from Bell, the non and French government to launch animal-free casein. You know, this name kind of suggests that there would be an egg alternative, right? But I guess we're talking about dairy here. French precision fermentation startup Standing Ovation has raised $30 million in Series B and non-dilutive funding to commercialize its cow-free casein protein, starting with the US. The French government and two of the country's largest dairy companies have made a financial bet on a local startup making animal-free milk a reality. Wow, okay. So it's the French government who, as we know, are often opposed to any kind of plant-based or alternative protein or meat reduction initiatives. We read that article a little while ago about how they very reluctantly and in a bit of a roundabout way said that people need to reduce their meat consumption. And two of the country's largest dairy companies. This is a really, really, really good thing because it's one thing getting funding and support, but it's a totally next level good news when you're getting funding and support from big, powerful stakeholders who you might reasonably assume would be your enemies. Like, what's stopping you at that point? 30 million euros from the French government and two of France's largest dairy companies. I think the support from those stakeholders is probably even more important than the cash here, because that is very, very predictive of how this is going to play out in the future. Now, I've also commented on how oftentimes government departments are a bit like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. So there could be a bit of that going on. Maybe this is from like the French Innovation Department, but the Agricultural Department's mad or something like that. Let's read on. Paris-based Standing Ovation has secured 25 million euros. It was 30 million here, wasn't it? All right, maybe it's... Oh, okay, I guess we get it made up. In a Series B funding round co-led by Credit Mutuelle Innovation and the Ecotechnologies 2 Fund, managed by state-owned investment bank BPI France as part of the France 2030 initiative. Okay, so this is the body that has invested on behalf of the French government, state-owned investment bank. We'll see what the Agricultural Department has to say about it. The round also saw participation from existing shareholders Bell Group, Astanor, Seventures Partners, Good Startup, and Big Idea Ventures, who were joined by first-time investors Danone Ventures, Angular, Nutri, and Noshak. Okay, so Bell Group, this is one of the dairy companies mentioned. They had already invested in this company, but Danone, obviously huge, have also joined them now. So two of France's biggest dairy companies and the French state-owned investment bank are now on board with casein, animal-free casein, animal-free dairy. This investment has been supplemented by 5 million euros in non-dilutive financing from BPI France and a leading banking syndicate. Damn, okay, so double dipping from the French government investment bank. Together, the new investments take the 6-year-old startup's total raise to 53 million euros and will help it bring its recombinant casein protein to market. Wow, so this is like more than doubling their investment so far then. And it's coming from sources which any reasonable person might well guess would be their biggest opponents. I think there's a part of this, like the incumbent industry at times sees the writing on the wall, realizes that it's going that way. And, you know, big dairy companies are not committed to carrying on doing things the way they've done them, or even to staying as dairy companies. Like if everything starts to go in the plant-based direction, their responsibility for their shareholders will shift to putting money in that and like trying to stay profitable in some other market, right? We've begun commercialization in the US, co-founder and managing director Romain Chayot tells Green Queen. Product development is underway with our clients for a US market launch in 2026-27. He adds, we can target protein-enriched products which are widely popular and more sustainable products using our fermentation proteins. Our caseins, unlike beta-lactoglobulin, are the main proteins in milk. They provide the taste, texture, and functionality of dairy products. Therefore, they're in demand by all dairy producers, including those who make cheese, yogurt, milk, ice cream, protein bars, and more. Look at that. Look at that brie. That looks mental. Interest from industry giants proves robustness of precision fermentation. Standing Ovation uses precision fermentation to reproduce a bioidentical version of casein, the chief form of protein found in dairy. It's crucial to the taste and functionality of dairy products. For instance, this is the component that makes hard cheeses melt and stretch when heated. Notable criticism of many vegan cheeses that they don't have these features, right? The technology involves inserting a DNA sequence into microbes to teach them to produce casein molecules upon fermentation. We use many very diverse feedstocks: sweet or acidic whey, milk permeates, beet molasses, sugarcane molasses, and starch byproducts, says Chayot. Our fermentation process is able to accommodate different proportions of each feedstock in order to maximize the positive impact of the circular economy model and de-risk our sourcing strategy. A combination of feedstocks does not impact the fermentation process or product output, both in terms of productivity and quality, he adds. The startup employs a circular, low-carbon valorization approach. Last year, it partnered with Bell Group, an investor since 2022, to utilize the acidic whey leftover from its cheese production as a feedstock in its process. Interesting. Interesting. Does that sound like it kind of has an animal product as a ingredient? Or as part of the production process? Around 80 to 90% of milk that enters cheese manufacturing facilities ends up as whey. Globally, between 180 and 190 million tons of the liquid are produced annually. About half of this waste is processed into value-added products like whey protein, functional foods, edible films, and coatings, and lactic acid. Significant amount, however, is left unused. Interesting. I still don't think that means it's free from an animal byproduct perspective. I still think that probably means that it's subsidizing dairy production to some extent. Standing Ovation and Bell Group have completed initial industrial production cycles that demonstrate the efficacy of the former's precision fermentation process at scale. Shayat calls it a win-win solution, given that its tech relies on waste from the dairy industry and keeps farmers and existing producers at the heart of it all. Okay, interesting. So now, like, maybe this is why there's not so much opposition from the French government investment bank, which is traditionally very protective and protectionist when it comes to livestock farmers, and also from big dairy companies. Like, this is not animal free then, right? Waste from the dairy industry. I mean, I think waste is often misunderstood. Like, if they are now paying for that, it's just it's just paying for animal products, right? It's like the byproduct argument with respect to pet food. It's like, if you are now adding value to the product of killing the animals, then you're adding value to the product of killing the animals. I don't know what to say. We value the work of farmers, we implement a circular economy, we reduce our production costs, and we further improve our life cycle assessment, says Shayat. The investment from Bell into non-venture demonstrates the robustness of this model. He adds, this dual production by two giants in the dairy industry, combined with strategic partnerships like those with our Ajinomoto and Tetra Pak, indicates a form of consensus. Our technology is recognized for the quality of our proteins, for our industrial robustness, for our ability to massively produce the major milk protein, brackets casein, that all manufacturers expect. Standing Ovation expects US FDA approval by year end. The capital injection comes as climate change strains dairy supplies, with research suggesting that milk shortages could reach 30 million tonnes by 2030. Wow. In fact, extreme heat could cut dairy output by 4% by 2050. France itself faces threats to its milk self-sufficiency in the coming years, according to Standing Ovation. By using precision fermentation, the startup reduces greenhouse gas emissions associated with casein production by 74%, alongside 68% reductions in water consumption and 99% decline in land use. Instead of opening its own production facilities, which is an expensive and time-consuming endeavour, Standing Ovation partners with manufacturers that are already experts in fermentation, including Ajinomoto and Tetra Pak. I'm sure we read that earlier. Produce with several industrial partners in France and around the world, says Shayat. Our current annual production is around 1 tonne of casein per year, and we anticipate rapid growth. I'm a lot less excited about this since discovering that it just uses dairy in the production process. I mean, it's probably a good thing on balance if it's taking something which tends to be waste and therefore less valuable, and has potential to replace something which tends to be the most valued part of dairy production. But it is not animal free, as we might have hoped when we clicked onto this. It's initially targeting the US market, where New Culture and those vegan cowboys have obtained generally self-affirmed, generally recognized as safe status for precision fermented casein. We foresee that the no questions letter from the Food and Drug Administration will be obtained by the end of 2026, Standing Ovation founder says. For Europe, regulatory approvals have not yet been attained, as this process takes longer, but we hope for 2027-28. We'll also have strong demand in Asia, he adds. Standing Ovation's raise comes after a year when funding for fermentation fell by 43.5%. To achieve such a successful fundraising round with such prestigious partners required a perfect alignment of circumstances. The right target, casein is the protein in all dairy products, the right technology, recognized by major manufacturers, positive customer feedback, and the right sourcing strategy, says Shayat. Today, there's a convergence of all stakeholders, financial, academic, commercial, agricultural, and industrial, around the solutions that only Standing Ovation has managed to develop. Yeah, well, this sounds like a bit of a deal with the devil, I don't know. That said, 2026 has already seen several notable funding rounds for precision fermentation companies, including France's Verly, $38 million, Dutch firm Those Vegan Cowboys, and Australian biomanufacturer Cauldron Firm. So, fermentation's back, baby. I'm a little bit ambivalent about this one, which does seem to use animal inputs still. It is maybe good on balance, but yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this one, Chief. Well, let's see if we've got any. Did anyone recommend any Skyjack Morgan combos that we can check out? I really haven't seen any of his content, so I'm quite keen to check him out to some extent before L debate on Thursday. We are 48 hours, guys, from the next debate already. 3 debates in a week. I'm treating you guys. Skyjack Morgan debate. Does he? I assume he posts debates on YouTube, right? Oh, he's actually streaming right now. $55 viewers. Damn, I'm getting mogged. Looks like he's doing the vertical format streaming. That's the new meta, so I hear.
Not wearing masks either, which is funny, but they're just kind of hanging out at the airport mostly, it seems. I don't know what.
I'm getting hardened criminals murders, 11,888 murders. We're allowed to come into our country through Biden.
All right, that's not just any debates though that I can watch. Let's do most popular vids. Has got to include debates, surely. Talking about Trump. A lot of members only as well. A lot of Trump content. He talks all about politics, I guess. I mean, that's all of his top content, so it seems to be like a good strategy anyways. Maybe I should start talking about Trump. Search debate on the channel, maybe. These are all shorts. Oh. Can I not do? I'm not really seeing like any debates on his channel, to be fair. This is all shorts. Maybe Ian does debates up to 3 minutes. I have to get the talking points in real quick. Debating Pete Hegseth. I'm assuming this means debating about Pete Hegseth rather than actually. Yeah, it looks like. I think as much in the way of vegan content. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, he actually reached out to me, which is good. I posted in VPM's Discord saying, who wants some? Who fucking wants some? Who wants to debate welfarism? I don't know if he saw it there or someone sent it to him. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he's done many debates. I can't seem to find any if he has. How else would I look for this? I feel like this is all the ways. Oh, what about this one? Debating this handsome lad. Alright, well I guess we're not voting 2.0, make strategic decisions, maybe don't vote. I mean, I do think that the marginal effect of voting is like pretty minor, realistically. But it's one of those things, isn't it, where if everyone thought that, right? We've all seen that Simpsons episode where nobody votes for Bart. But yeah, realistically, actually going and filling in the ballot is probably one of the least important things that you can do with respect to any given election. Unless you live in a swing seat, and in which case it becomes very, very important. I was living in a swing seat a few years ago in the 2020... No, it must have been the 2017 UK election. I was living in Bath at the time, and it was a Conservative seat that was swingy to the Lib Dems. And my now wife and I went out canvassing for the Lib Dems, who were kind of unpopular at the time because they'd just recently done they'd been in coalition with the Tories and had done the tuition fees like a couple of years prior. So that was, yeah, had to hold my nose somewhat there. But they actually did win very narrowly. They did win that seat. So I dare say that our canvassing was pretty. I don't want to say we decided the election, but I think we decided the election. Posted rage baiting VPM server. I mean, kind of. I feel like that was sincere, what I posted, but VPM seemed to think it was also a little bit not telling the full story. I don't know. My beef is, and I always frame it this way, with anti-welfarism. I think that it's a product of the meat industry for us to talk about it in terms of welfarism versus abolitionism, because that is going to imply that if you're a welfarist, you're not an abolitionist, which I don't think is, like, those are not incompatible positions. But you do certainly get, well, I guess you get anti-abolitionists, which is not a label that I would answer to, and you certainly get anti-welfarists, which, yeah, that's my main beef, if I can use a non-vegan turn of phrase. I don't feel too bad being disenfranchised in my long-term country of residence or having the power to participate in political conversations and movement in all the other ways. Yeah, that's an interesting way of thinking about NDEF. Jason Good debated Sky to debate Chris. Oh, is that so? Bretta's got the goss, the insider scoop. I didn't know about that. Promoting the delusion animals are objects, exactly what welfarism does, and is the end of potential for moral consideration towards animals. Yeah, I disagree with that, Vegan Anthem. I respect your view, but I disagree with that. I would have the same take about humans in a similar situation. It's bad that they're there. It's a bit better if they're suffering less there, and certainly it's better if the requirement for them to suffer less makes it more expensive to keep them there, such that there will be fewer of them there in the future. I think, yeah, it doesn't necessarily objectify animals. I don't think. Let me put on some non-copyrighted music. Let me actually see what else we've got on the horizon in terms of stream content. Skyjack Morgan on Thursday. I'm looking forward to that discussion. You know, the fact that a few people have said, you gotta watch out with this guy, he's a little bit spicy, he's a little bit naughty. Not in so many words. But the fact that a few people have said that, I think, makes me look forward to it more, because that sounds like content, honestly. That sounds like it's going to be good. So I have no guest planned next week at the moment. Then April 14th, we've got David Rams. April 21st, we've got Jamie Woodhouse from Sentientism. I have another one booked in as well, I'm pretty sure, but I can't find them right now. Yeah, I do have one booked with Wasim as well, but I can't find it. Oh, there you go. 28th of April. Ah, okay. It was just the following week. So that'll be the next few weeks. We've got different people coming on. That'll be cool. That'll be cool. But then after Skyjack Morgan on Thursday, we got a week off. Welfarism, hypnosis incoming, true. Hypnotoad. Nice to see you in death. Yeah, that'd be a good guess for Jamie, for sure. He's had some good people on. Sentientism is a speciesist? I don't think so. I don't think so, Anthem. I mean, insofar as there are non-sentient species, I guess maybe, but then I can't see a place to stand to care about that. It's like saying feminism should be about men. I mean, that guy is vegan and mainly talks about and talks to vegans. Vegans also famously don't eat humans, so that is kind of part of it. Look at the rights inequality. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I can still say that some areas of that are more important than others, for sure. But yeah, it seems like sentientism is the place from which your moral concern stems. Well, good to have that done, really. This was the debate this week that I felt was kind of high, relatively high stakes, because like I say, the other 2 out of 3 are fellow vegan sort of strategy debates. Roger Yates was good. He's a thoughtful guy. Certainly gave me 1 or 2 things to think about, and I hope I did him as well. And Skyjack Morgan, haven't seen much of him, but it sounds like that might be a handful on Thursday, so we'll see. Remember that guy talking about Face IQ earlier? I just watched his newest video where he promotes his consultations, basically about how to escape the Matrix. He charges $1,000 an hour. Yeah, okay, he's one of those guys. One of those guys who's trying to get on a Louis Theroux documentary. Deontological veganism is speciesist because it would be evil to morally ignore human suffering and didn't involve exploitation like from natural disasters. Maybe it's not taking plants into account, but apart from that, it's the whole ethics to be inclusive of all sentient being, which species you think exclude. Yeah, I think the only... I don't know if sentientism explicitly excludes oysters. Like, that's one where people... I think there's pretty good reason to think that oysters are not sentient, right? In which case, I don't see a basis for giving them any moral concern. It's got to be about subjective experience at the end of the day, right? It doesn't exclude them. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. Oh, well, maybe... maybe it does, though, right? But then I don't know if there's any reason to care about that. Check about small animals matter. Yeah, I'll get the bivalves are sentient. Oh, interesting, Oppenheimer, okay. On the breast milk diet, based, Ken. As long as we're talking consensual human breast milk. I have cerebral ganglia. Okay. Yeah, fair, Tufty. I have not heard that, so I don't actually know. I'm kind of speaking out of turn on that. Maybe I'll ask him when he comes on. Hey, I can ask Jamie when he comes on. What do you think about oysters? That's just a pretty good question for him. Make a note. Oh, nice, fake vegan. Thank you for that. Mention you in a group V post. I don't know exactly what that is, but I appreciate you mentioning me. Oh, and you have no audio, so I guess I'm talking to myself on that one. And there you go. I don't think a physicalist theory of sentience is a phenomenon on a scale has a problem with that. Some plants might be a tiny bit sentient, less than zooplankton, not a big problem. Yeah, it's been a while since I really looked at the technicalities of sentience science, I guess. Brain and nervous system are the two things that I have on the hard drive. I guess they're the easy to remember ones. Hi, Georgius George. Welcome back. Drinking a soy processed drink right now? No, just water. I will later though. I don't mind when we have the repeat visiting trolls. Bass tone. Processed water, true, and based. True Oppenheimer. I'm drinking low nutrient density water. I'm drinking vegan water right now. Just looking at Skyjack Morgan. It seems to be like call-in debates. Pick your battles. You pick the topic, I defend the thesis. I mean... oh, it looks like he's list. Alright, we can watch him doing some call-in debates. I'm being kind of lazy right now. We're just this is zero content here right now, but there are too many people here to close it down. We're just chilling. I don't really do much, just chilling and talking to the chat, honestly, but... You know, I do have a list of things to watch or read at some point on stream. I should really refer to that. Okay, this is going to be relevant. My buddy sent me this the other day. Abolitionism versus new welfarism, an empirical comparison. This seems like it's going to be useful content to consume for Thursday's debate. From the International Animal Rights Conference 2025. Let's check it out.
And I believe this is possible by using a combination of those two strategies.
Yeah, nice to see you in Def. Take it easy.
Or what I call a flexible hybrid approach.
Our next speaker is Antonia Geffhardt, a psychology graduate from the University of Salzburg, whose research focuses on improving communication strategies for vegan advocacy. She is now preparing to continue this work as a doctoral candidate and is building Psy for Veganism, a project dedicated to research and training in advocacy. In her presentation, Antonia will share research comparing abolitionists and new welfarist strategies and showing what psychology can teach us about making vegan advocacy more effective. So please welcome Antonia Geffhardt.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. This was me last year, attending the conference from home. I had a great conference buddy, but also quite a bit of FOMO, missing out on the amazing vegan vibes here. So this is really great. It's really great to be here and to even be presenting. So...
Then I see you, Oppenheimer. Take it easy.
Yeah, I'm Antonia Geffhardt. I'm a social psychologist, and you can also find me as Psy for Veganism on social media, mainly on Instagram. And my goal in life is to find...
Ah, I know this person. Okay. Psy for Veganism on Instagram. I definitely follow and see around. Okay, cool.
The best communication strategies to get us at least closer to a vegan world. So to get started, I'd like to invite you into a thought experiment. Imagine a continuum right in the middle, you have people who are basically omnivore by default, so people who really haven't given the matter much thought as yet. Then on the left are meat eaters, meat lovers, probably also vegan haters. And on the right, you have us as committed vegans. And then there are various stages in between. Now, I'd like you to think back to the last conversation you had with a non-vegan. Where was this person on this continuum before your conversation and where afterwards? Also, what likely happened in the hours, days, or weeks after that conversation? Now, what if this isn't a line, but a pyramid? Now, what happens when people take their first initial steps towards either side is that it becomes much more easy to continue going down that way rather than changing your mind, which would mean that you have to climb back up. Now, the pyramid is used in psychology to describe what happens once people make a choice or take a decision. Because oftentimes what they do is that they come up with more and more arguments to convince themselves that their choice was the right one.
I've never heard it put this way, but I think that is very true. I'll try and think of a useful example to build on that, but I mean, yeah, she's saying it pretty clearly here anyways. You can take some issue that you've never thought about, and if you're asked to express an opinion, I can imagine like an experimental setup where you're asked to express an opinion before really knowing anything about it, you're going to be more resistant to evidence in the other direction than you would be if you were just given the evidence without being first asked to express an opinion, right? Even if it's not something that you're like very bought in or have a lot to say or think about, yeah, people make a choice and then get kind of defensive about that.
And that way they become more and more entrenched in their own views, or in other words, they go down and down, down more and more their side of the pyramid. So what this all means now for
Hey Tristan, how's it going? Nice to see you.
vegan advocacy. Well, thinking of this like a pyramid made me change the way I looked at strategy quite a bit. Because first of all, it made me appreciate these small shifts a little bit more. Because once people are on the right side of the pyramid, then gravity might actually do part of the job for us. But it also made me think a little bit more about the other side and the counterproductive effects. And it made me think, how can we maybe prevent people from going down that side of the pyramid? Now, speaking of strategy, there are two people I'd like you to meet. Abby and Nebe. They are two animal rights activists who share the goal of a vegan world, but their approaches differ. So Abby is an abolitionist. She read all of Professors Gary Francione and Anna Charlton's books. And this is an example of how she communicates.
Hi, I'm Abby. I believe that we have a moral obligation to live vegan, as there is no need to consume animal products. Ultimately, it's all about taste. But can a temporary sensory pleasure morally justify the exploitation and death of sentient beings? My answer is a clear no. What's yours?
I like that it has a little AI disclaimer here, if it wasn't clear.
Now, Nebe, on the other hand, she completed all of the online courses from Dr. Melanie Joy, and this is a snippet
The Melanie Joy cartel, you mean?
of how she communicates.
Hi, I'm Niwi.
I'm memeing about Roger Yates, if you didn't know. that's not my impression or term.
I believe that everyone can contribute to a better world, even if it's just a small step. A lot could be achieved if everyone were just a little more vegan, or simply as vegan as they feel they can be. How vegan can you be?
Now, these snippets were quite short, and there's obviously a little bit more to it. Just to give you an overview of the main differences and commonalities of these strategies, so Abby and Neve differ in their asks, also in their moral standards, and in their method. So Abby's strategy is quite straightforward and very logical, whereas Neve's approach is based on psychological theories like the foot in the door technique, which basically posits that once you have a small request, not only are people much more likely to agree with that one, but then as a result, they are also more likely to comply with larger changes later on. And there are also commonalities. Both of them are very friendly and empathetic.
My sense is that that is true. We watched that Nick Cooney conversation where he has the thing, he talks about the study of people putting, people are asked to put a yard sign supporting a political candidate and most of them say no, but then if you ask people to put a sticker in their window, much smaller ask, most people say yes, and then if you then ask them later to do the yard sign, most of them say yes, because they've already taken the small step. So my sense is that that is true. Presumably it does differ in different contexts. And the other thing that I would hesitate on this, or kind of have questions about, I guess, if you think about it like a negotiation, say you want to end up with somebody going vegetarian, you don't start off with that offer, like in a single interaction. If you start off with asking them to go vegan, it's quite plausible they could have the thought process of like, well, I'm not going to do that, but look, let's meet in the middle kind of thing, right? Both seem pretty plausible to me. I don't know if there has been any experimental research on this in relation to vegan or vegetarian or reducitarian asks. I'm sure there has been, but I would have thought I would know about it if there was. Let's have a look.
Now the big question is, who has the better strategy? And in fact, I'd like to do a poll. I'm really curious what you think. So here are 3 options. So can we do a hands up for Team Abby? Who believes that Abby has the better strategy? Okay, not so many people. Now, can we do hands up for Team Neve? Who believes that she has the better strategy? Quite a few more, thank you. And who is...
That's because this conference is sponsored by Tobias Leonard. I'm joking again.
Option C, it depends, or not so sure. Also quite a few. Okay, that was actually me as well, which is why...
Oh, interesting. Sounds like most people are kind of on the fence then. So I want to say as am I. I feel like I'm very like pragmatist branded, but it's an empirical question as to which of these works better and gets you more. I don't know.
I conducted an experiment as part of my master's thesis to find out. And today I will speak about my findings, specifically which strategy performed better and why.
Okay, we get it. All right, okay, here we go.
Also, whether or not there were any exceptions, and I will also introduce a theoretical model that could maybe help explain, predict, and also optimize vegan advocacy. In fact, I'd like to start with a theoretical model because to me it was really important to not only find out which strategy performs better, but to understand why. Because I thought when we understand why, then maybe we can use this information to tweak our communication to make it better. So I was looking for a theoretical model that could really explain both what brings people closer towards veganism, but also what pushes them the other way. And here is what I came up with. I called it the VSMP, because it's basically a vegan adaptation of something called the social functional model of prejudice. I know it sounds awfully complicated, but don't worry about it, because the model itself is actually pretty simple.
The V-simp? Sounds based. Any V-simps in chat?
So what it posits is that vegans and vegan advocacy can pose various kinds of threats that elicit specific emotions and then lead to certain reactions. Now, first of all, vegan advocacy can be perceived as threatening people's alleged right and freedom to use animal products. And many non-vegans complain that we are interfering with their business and telling people what and what not to do, and they are not too happy about that. So I called it rights threat. Then non-vegans often also worry about their health when asked to go vegan. And also vegan worldviews can seem quite different, even incompatible, and that can also be a little bit threatening. Now, in the
Wow, you guys are straight to vegan, huh? That's hardcore. I was vegetarian for like 5 years, I want to say. Fair play to you, lads. Do you know, there's that study, well, there's that survey of vegans where about 50% of them did say that they went what they call vegan overnight, right? It's like straight to veganism, no intermediary stage. That was surprisingly high from my perspective. I would have thought it'd be way less. But maybe, I guess I'm just projecting my own experience to some extent there, right? But yeah, I was vegetarian and knew I ought to be vegan for about 5 years. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Can we do a poll? Oh yeah, let's do that. Went straight to vegan, went vegetarian first. Is that the options we want, or anything else? Like went... Well, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it like that. Or I guess let's add a I'm not vegan option for the some of the meatheads who might still be here. I won't be surprised, but you never know. Let's poll it.
theory, all this should lead to feelings of anger, and anger then to not so favorable responses, which can be, for example, vegophobia, speciesism, or rejection of vegan products. Now, there is one more threat category, that's morality threat, and that's actually a good thing because it translates to an awareness of injustice, like a realization of, oh my God, what we are doing to animals is actually very wrong. And this then should lead to feelings of guilt. And now the good thing about guilt is that it often leads to reparative efforts. So here...
True, I'm glad you said that. I feel like there's so often something that vegan advocates, and in particular this brand of vegan advocates, of which I count myself, like, hey, it's pragmatic and you need to look at psychological studies and it's not always as straightforward as you think. Like, I often find that people like that kind of have it wrong with respect to guilt and cognitive dissonance and stuff like that. It's like, yes, there is cognitive dissonance, and that can make people double down or ignore the message. But in most cases, it's like a prerequisite for change. And I'm sure that people, or maybe not, there's a lot of straight vegan people, or like straight to vegan is a better phrasing of that. There's a lot of straight vegan people as well. There's a lot of straight to vegan people in chat. So maybe not, but I was going to say I definitely remember having cognitive dissonance for a long time. Even before I went vegetarian, I was, it's almost like a process of that dissonance building up and being unable to ignore it over time. So yeah, I think she's spot on here with the importance of guilt. Like, people assume it's easy to assume that's a bad thing, but it's lead to reparative action, as she's saying.
Here we are talking about favorable outcomes, which can be intentions and efforts to either.
Fair play to the straight to vegan lads. We got 75% of people went straight to vegan, only 25% went vegetarian first. Fair play to you guys. You're made of sterner stuff.
Reduce, or of course, ideally eliminate animal product consumption. So
really tough. Damn, that's a hard life.
To go vegan. Now, based on this model, what were my predictions with regard to Abby and Neve? Well, first of all, I thought Neve, she has this very small request. She only asks people to go as vegan as they feel they can. So I thought that should definitely pose the lesser threat in terms of rights, health, and worldviews, and therefore lead to less anger and less adverse responses. But then Abby, she makes it very clear that any consumption of animal products is totally morally reprehensible. So I thought that should at least have the potential to raise more awareness of injustice, which is morality threat, and could therefore lead to more guilt and more favorable outcomes. Now, we will find out what actually happened, but first I want to talk a little bit about my method. So I had 216 participants with varying degrees of animal product consumption. Most of them were from the UK. Now, participants were randomly allocated either to the abolitionist or the new welfarist strategy. And first, they received a video message from either Abby or Neve. Now, don't be surprised, in the experiment, Abby and Neve looked identical like this, and they shared the name Via. So they really only differed in their lines of argument. And then after that, participants entered a chat and interacted freely with a chatbot named Via that was trained on either one of those two strategies. So this was my...
That's quite a cool way of doing the research, hey? We do a lot of these online surveys, but not like this. This is a cool tool.
Intervention, and before and after, I measured all the variables I was interested in using surveys. And there is an example. The items were actually pretty straightforward. So, for example, I measured anger with the question, how much do you feel anger towards vegans, on a scale from 0 to 10, so pretty simple. Now, what did I find? Now, before I dive into the results, I want to give you a little bit of an overview. So here I want to cover 3 questions. First, which strategy performs better or performed better and why? Then second, are there any exceptions? And third, is the theoretical model actually helpful? So first question, which strategy performed better and why? Now, you might remember my predictions. I actually expected Neve to produce less adverse and Abby more favorable outcomes. And here's what I found. So, as predicted, Neve produced significantly less vegophobia, so less negative feelings towards vegans. She also tended to produce less rejection of vegan products. And against my expectations, Neve also tended to produce stronger intentions to reduce animal product consumption. And there was no effect on the remaining outcomes.
This is like the reducetarian, softly catchy monkey person having the better outcomes, if you don't remember the way around that it was.
So far we can say that Neve performed better because she produced less adverse and slightly more favorable outcomes. Now, next question is, what explains these effects? So here is where my theoretical model comes into play. So I tested the threat categories and the emotions as possible explanatory factors. And what I found was that rights threat really played a central role because it explained at least partially all 3 of these effects. So what happened was that Neve was perceived as less threatening in that respect, and that explained why she had these favorable effects on reduction intentions, and it also explained, at least in part, why she produced less anger and therefore less adverse outcomes. Now, Never was also perceived as less threatening to people's worldviews, and that also helped explaining why she produced less vegophobia. Now, interestingly, there was a significant part of anger that was not explained by any of the threat categories I tested for, indicating that there might be still something missing in the model. But anyway, so far we can say that Never performed better overall, and the reason for that was because she was perceived as less threatening to people's rights and worldviews, and she also made them less angry. Next question, are there any exceptions to this? Like, for example, does it matter whether we are speaking to a vegetarian or an omnivore? So here I looked at two different dietary groups. First one, reducers. Now, these are people who already reduced their animal product consumption in some way. Now, in my sample, most of these were vegetarians. And I compared those with what I called unrestricted eaters, so people with absolutely no restrictions on their animal product consumption. First of all, I looked at the differences of those two dietary groups before the intervention. And what I found here was that reducers reported significantly more favorable attitudes towards vegans, veganism, vegan products. They also reported more favorable change intentions and efforts. That might be pretty much as expected. But now the more interesting question is, will they also respond more favorably to vegan messages, especially when they are a little bit more radical?
All right, this is interesting. You would have thought that yes, right? Because there's no point in giving a reduction message to someone who's already reducing. Or rather, you wouldn't expect that to change their position. If you're already a vegetarian and you say you have a message which is like everyone should try to reduce meat and so on as much as they can, you wouldn't have thought that they're not being compelled to go vegan in that case compared to the other message. So I'm saying that for the reducers here, the vegan message is going to be stronger. I will say also I did have quite a memorable experience in my hometown in Horsham. It must have been quite soon after I had gone vegetarian, and I saw AV people doing Cube of Truth. And I was a recent vegetarian, and I kind of approached one guy who was, talking to people and said, "Hey, thanks for doing this. It's great that you're, getting the word out there about animal cruelty and so on." He says, "Are you vegan?" I said, "I'm a vegetarian, but, I really appreciate what you guys are doing." And as AV people are, and are trained to be, he was just locked on telling me, "You need to go vegan, mate. What you still do?" I was thinking like, hey, he's gonna applaud me for being vegetarian, right? I'm an ally here. But he was locked on and telling me, "You've got to go vegan." And that stayed with me. It's difficult to say, like, counterfactually whether that made the most difference. I feel like it did. I had this experience of being like, I'm vegetarian, isn't that I'm part of the gang, right? And this person telling me that's not enough. Which, again, that's the whole philosophy of AV, right? It's about accountability. It's about, pushing people to confront it if they're not vegan. So I'm kind of saying that based on my own. Yes, Andrew. Andrew Fenner sent me this. Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that. Yeah, he wasn't a particularly vivacious character. I guess that's what 25 years shilling for pig murder does to a man.
Actually, let me ask you, who believes that reducers, in comparison to unrestricted eaters, will respond more favorably to Abby's abolitionist communication style? Can we do a hands up who believes that? Okay, me as well, actually. I believed that as well. Turns out I was wrong. Reducers actually responded especially adversely.
That's very unintuitive. Let's see what
with
that's
significantly more anger and significantly more vegophobia than unrestricted eaters. Then again, I thought, well, who cares? I mean, I don't really give a damn if anybody gets angry with me or doesn't like me, as long as people go vegan, or at least get a little bit closer to that goal.
Oh my God, she's so compelling. That's exactly what I was about to say. She's a very good speaker, eh?
So I looked at how anger affected favorable dietary change intentions and efforts. And this is what I found here. So for reducers, and these are the bright green lines here, as anger increased, these favorable dietary change intentions and efforts significantly decreased. So it seems that it might be a good idea to try and avoid triggering anger. Question is how? So I looked at where the anger is coming from. I looked again at the model, this time specifically for reducers. And again, I found that rights threat was at least partially the culprit. So also reducers didn't like the fact that there is somebody trying to tell them what and what not to eat. And again, there was a significant part of anger that was not explained by rights threat or any of the other threat categories I tested for. So again, indicating that this is not the full picture as yet. But what we can say is that based on these findings, we should maybe be especially careful when speaking to reducers and try and avoid making them angry.
Damn, it's so unintuitive. I'll need to sit with that for a while before it sinks in. There's definitely a part of it which is like, you kind of already feel like you're doing it. And so if someone tells you you're not doing enough, and I guess part of maybe the difference with the reducers and non-reducers, this is something that you already care about. If someone tells me I'm not very good at tennis, I'll be like, that's fine, I don't really care. I don't play tennis, right? But if I did play tennis, or if someone said that to someone who does play tennis, like it's more of a relevant form of giving offense. Maybe is that what's going on here? It's so unintuitive.
Now, the next question is Abby actually ever the better option? In short, yes, she is.
Right, what's this for then? Greater increase in morality threat. This is post-pre-difference score. So greater increase in morality threat, marginally significant increase in elimination. Is this going to be like a certain subgroup or certain situation? What's going on here then? Who knows? Vegetarians only, maybe?
There were instances when Abby significantly outperformed Neve, and this is what you can see here. Now, in these cases, Abby produced significantly more awareness of injustice, which is morality threat. And she also tended to produce stronger intentions to not only reduce, but to actually eliminate animal product consumption, so to go vegan. Now, this is great, but that only worked as long as worldview threat was low.
She's about to tell us what that means, but my instinct is to like try and intuit it. I don't know. Worldview threat low. So going back to the thing that she said at the start about for people who don't already have a developed view on this thing. Like you're at the top of the pyramid, you haven't kind of made any decisions in either direction yet. How's the poll doing? Yeah, straight to vegan, still mogging, honestly. We got 17% non-vegans in here. I guess that's 2 people out of the 12 voting. 62% straight to vegan, only 23% vegetarian first. Fair play to you guys. I mean, you made a stern of stuff.
Meaning that in these cases, participants perceived the message as aligned with their worldviews, with their values and beliefs, you can say. Now, when worldview threat was high, it didn't work. Then EBI was actually quite counterproductive. And this is what you can see here. Now, these are post minus pre-difference scores, meaning that anything below 0 indicates a reduction in comparison to the pre-test. So what you can see here is that people actually reduced their awareness of injustice towards animals, which is morality threat, and they reduced their favorable change intentions and efforts they already had before the intervention. So that's not so good. So takeaway here is that, yes, EBI can have superior transformational power, but we have to be a little bit careful with whom we are using this strategy because she can also be counterproductive. But I also think that here we have a huge opportunity, and here's why. When Neve, she mainly prevents people from going down the other side of the pyramid, and she gets them a little bit on this side. Now, EBI, she can get people much closer towards veganism as long as worldview threat is low. When this isn't the case, she pushes them the other way.
Yeah, so I guess in my instance that I was talking about, I definitely had low worldview threat in that I was already vegetarian and I kind of already knew that I ought to be vegan. And certainly this person wasn't telling me anything that I actually disagreed with, I guess. They were just pushing me to do more. So that tracks my experience. When worldview threat is low. Okay, alright, I buy it.
So what if we can eliminate this and do only that? And I believe this is possible by using a combination of those two strategies, or what I call a flexible hybrid approach. Meaning that we use EBI as much as we can, but when we are met with resistance, or when we just can't align the message with people's values and beliefs, we switch to a less radical communication strategy. That way, we should be able to get people as much as possible towards veganism, but we can also maybe make sure that they stay on the right side of the pyramid, and we can prevent these counterproductive effects from canceling the good ones out. So I believe that this might be a good strategy to be more effective overall. And I'm actually really curious to find out what you think about this, but now we don't have time for Q&A, but maybe you can approach me and what you think of that, and we can chat about it. For now, I have one last question, and that is the theoretical model actually helpful? Because so far we know that rights threat and worldview threat, they were relevant with regard to some of the outcomes, but what about the remaining threat categories? And what I did here is I looked at the associations between the threat categories and the outcomes before the intervention. And I'm actually going to set the emotions aside to keep things a little bit more digestible. And what I found here was that rights threat and worldview threat were associated with more adverse outcomes, specifically vegophobia and rejection of vegan products. Now, health threat was also associated with more adverse outcomes, including speciesism, and it was associated with less favorable ones, and that was significant for all the favorable outcomes except elimination effort. Now, morality threat, here it was the exact opposite pattern. Morality threat was associated with more favorable and less adverse outcomes, and this was significant for all the outcomes I was interested in. So takeaway here is that all 4 threat categories seem to be relevant, at least with regard to some of the outcomes. And morality threat appeared to be the most beneficial and the most important one, being really consistently associated with more favorable and less adverse outcomes. So here is my general or overall conclusion. How can we get closer to a vegan world, or how can we get people to the right side of the pyramid? Now, based on my findings, I believe that we might get at least closer to that goal by using advocacy that keeps threats to rights, health, and worldviews as low as possible, and at the same time increases morality threat. Now, question is, how can we do this in practical terms? So here I have some ideas. So first of all, how can we increase morality threat? This is possible by using the abolitionist strategy, but it only works as long as we can keep worldview threat low. The way to do this is to align the message with people's worldviews, with people's values and beliefs.
I have seen that result before, where it's like one of the best ways for overcoming dissonance is to kind of demonstrate to people that they already agree with you on some level. Demonstrate that it's consistent with their other beliefs, I guess, is the thing. I wish I had a clearer distinction between these different types of threat that she's talking about. Health threat, I can understand, is kind of its own thing. Rights threat, that's about like personal autonomy in choosing food, is it? Morality threat and worldview threat seem like similar to me. I should pay more attention at the start, hey?
Now, when this doesn't work, based on my findings, I would highly recommend to switch to Neve's communication strategy. Then, rights threat, people really don't.
The t-shirt, it says Psy for veganism, Sabby Coops. As in psychology for veganism, I guess.
Like to be told what to do. They hate
what did you think it says?
the feeling of being patronized. One way to avoid this is to use the new welfare strategy. But I also know that the abolitionists among...
I also only just got the names pun. Newy is new welfare and Abby is abolitionist. All right, okay. Took me most of the talk to get that.
You will not be so happy with the solution. So I have another suggestion that, however, at this point is more of a working theory, and that is to combine the abolitionist strategy with...
Your yeeted steed. There's a lot of people getting yeeted in chat today. We had the Matey Boy put out the call for pro-meat folks to come and join the live stream earlier on, and it looks like that call was heeded.
Autonomy supportive language. So what I mean by this is to emphasize people's free will and choice. So for example, you might say something like, I believe we have a moral obligation to be vegan, but you have the choice. You can decide whether you want to continue supporting the suffering, the atrocities, the exploitation, or whether you want to do something else with it.
Yeah, that's a different talk, Savvy Coops.
Then health threat, here we might be able to counteract by providing trustworthy, relevant information that can mitigate these concerns. And I also believe
an underexplored advocacy strategy, maybe,
that we might be able to increase morality threat by exposing people to morally shocking footage of animal suffering and industry practices. Now, as noted, here's more research needed. Also, neither the model nor this list is exhaustive, which...
Just before, I want to read all this before she changes slide. Align the message with people's values and beliefs, or use the gradual strategy. So that's worldview threat. So yeah, okay. So demonstrate that it is in fact aligned with your existing values, or use the gradual strategy. Rights threat. use autonomy supportive language. Yeah, okay. So it's like making an active choice to eat plant-based rather than you must give up eating meat. That's minimizing the rights threat. Health threat, provide information, mitigate health-related concerns. Great debate that you can watch on that if you missed it. Many such cases, a lot of good vegan health debates on YouTube, actually, I have to say. And now there will be one more. And then morality threat. Use RB strategy. Can you keep threats to worldviews low? And moral shock. Yeah, moral shock. I mean, I've said this many times, showing images and video of factory farms and slaughterhouses does work. That seems to be a big thing that people think, oh, it doesn't work. That does work. And aligning with the existing worldviews, or showing how veganism would be consistent with some other values that the person has, I guess, is an important part of that as well. I don't have that clear distinction, worldview and morality. Presumably, if you are morally shocked by that, that implies that you do have a pro-animal worldview to some extent, no? Hey, little sunshine, nice to see you. Hey, vegan heretic. Grow up, Steve. True. Chris, I could disagree with Tuffy. This is the most interesting. Oh, yeah, nice. Nice. Thank you. Fair play.
Leads me to some more limitations I want to mention. You might have noticed that some of my conclusions are based on exploratory and correlational analysis. Now, in science, this means that we have to be a little bit careful here with the interpretation, and there is also more research needed. Now, regarding the chatbots, I had some trouble. They didn't always fully adhere to the prompts, but overall, I think they did quite a good job. And I also believe that AI chatbots can be a really promising tool in vegan advocacy because they are infinitely scalable.
Well, if you could be religion or something similar, yeah, I guess that's true. That's true. If people think they have a religious justification for eating animals, yeah.
They can really have thousands, if not millions, of
nice to see you as well, Vegan STEM. Been a while.
Tailored one-to-one conversations at the same time, which I believe can be highly effective. So what's next for me? Well, I want to really strategically develop and test the effectiveness of this flexible
True, Andrew. Kind of same, low-key.
hybrid approach. Also, I'm planning to look into other promising strategies. There is one I'm quite interested in. It's the coaching-inspired approach from We the Free. Why I find it interesting? Because it's inherently autonomy supportive. And I believe this might be a great way to mitigate rights-related threats. Then, yeah, if you're listening to this and saying, I have just a great strategy, please tell me about it. I would be really interested. And also, I'm exploring ways to maximize the impact of these one-to-one conversations using AI chatbots. So if you're working in this sector and are interested in a collaboration, I would also love to connect. And yeah, I am aware that this was probably quite a lot of input, a lot of findings. So here is what I believe to be my 3 main takeaways. So first of all, yes, EBI can have superior transformational power, but that only works as long as we can keep worldview threat low. Now, when we can't do this, based on my findings, I believe never is the safer choice. And I would also recommend to use a little bit of a flexible strategy. And in general, it's probably a good idea to keep threats to rights, health, and worldviews as low as possible, and at the same time, increase morality threat. Now, in case you'd like to dig deeper, you can access my complete thesis and all the references via this QR code, and I will keep it for you in the bottom left corner here. And with this, I'm at the end of my presentation, so I want to thank you for your interest, your attention. I also, huge thanks to IARC for hosting me and for organizing this. Thanks also to all the volunteers, and a special shout out to my thesis advisors and family back home for all their support. Now, here you have all my contact details, and yeah, and with this, I look forward to, when we have time, to 1 or 2 questions. So thank you so much.
Looks like she can do a couple of questions now.
So thank you so much, Antonia. So I think we could do like one quick question.
That one thing struck me. You said that Abby's strategy fails miserably with reducers, didn't you? And at the same time, you say if the worldview isn't challenged, but it's aligned, then her strategy works. Doesn't that mean logically that reducers don't have the worldview of veganism or of wanting to reduce it for ethical reasons?
I kind of had that same thought. Maybe a lot of them are like health or environment people.
There might be actually both going on. I mean, these were separate analyses. Now, I wouldn't say every strategy failed, because for reducers, Neve's strategy, I think, worked a little bit better, or at least didn't trigger as much anger or vegophobia. These were the 2 outcomes where I saw the difference at. But it's actually a very interesting question. It's maybe something I could look into in the future, how these things really look together, because now it's a separate analysis, basically, looking at how reducers respond to either one of those 2 strategies, and then also how the overall sample responded to either one of those 2 strategies, depending on the level of worldview threat. So this is interesting, but I'm probably not able to answer that question at this moment.
Oh, right, Andrew. Yeah. This is the 2025 edition of the conference that you're looking at going to this year. I'm kind of tempted. Did I have a clash with this one, or I said I maybe have a clash depending on? I think I have a maybe clash for that at the moment, right? I'm kind of tempted to say I'll go if I can. Never been to Luxembourg, so.
Okay, so we do have one question from the online audience. So one person wants to know, was there any follow-up with the participants to look at effects over time?
Yeah, kind of true, Vegan STEM. Do you know, I was thinking as well, like with respect to the different strategies working for different people. I worked briefly in sales for a summer internship after I finished my first degree. And they said you're doing a good job if the other person is speaking most. Because what you really want to be doing is asking questions to find out about them, and that's going to inform then your subsequent sales strategy. So yeah, definitely some vegan advocates certainly Rizmaxing. Someone like Earthling Ed springs to mind as a very, very adaptive communication strategy, is that the right way of putting that? He like knows what you want from an interaction, which is a great quality to have.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Was there any follow-up with the participants to look at effects over time?
Okay, there was actually one variable that I obtained 2 to 3 weeks after the intervention, and this was effort. So how much people actually tried to either reduce or eliminate animal product consumption.
Vegan Rizmaxing, true. Yeah. Oh, the poll's getting a little bit closer. Us cucked vegetarian firsts are catching up, but still 52% straight to vegan. That is, well, I guess we have the 17% not vegan as well. But that's pretty much close to what that big survey found in terms of the 50%.
So that gives a little bit of a glimpse of longer
Yeah, true. Low-key flexing better.
term effects, but that was the only variable I used in this example.
I think it's I think it's always Luxembourg. I could be wrong about that. Someone says it's in Vienna. I think it's always Luxembourg.
For this matter. So this would be also something really interesting to look at in the future, how this really develops in a longer time frame.
All right, is there another question from the audience here? Okay, one quick question, and then we'll finish up afterwards.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. One question about the about Abby's strategy. So from Melanie Joy, I also learned that you may cause some feelings of shame when you really trigger morality problems with the non-vegans. While you say this triggering of guilt can even lead to positive effects. So that's a bit something where I see some. It's a new aspect for sure. But do you have some thoughts on this? How this shaming fits into your results?
Yeah. That's a good. I said that's a good point when she said it, didn't I? Like that's a good. The guilt can be good in this case because it motivates action. Shame, I think, is similar. Like guilt and shame, you almost automatically assume that's a bad thing, right? They're like negative words. Oh, you don't want to shame people. Shame is a pretty powerful social motivator to like not do bad shit. The research I've seen suggests that it very much is powerful and does work, but only if you care about the person doing the shaming. This is why you can really only be cancelled by your own side. Right, I did the stream the other day saying I got cancelled. Obviously, I've had my fair share of disagreements with meatheads on LinkedIn and so on. And that's just water off a duck's back. It doesn't bother me at all. It doesn't concern me. I know these people can disagree with what I'm saying. I frankly don't respect them enough to care. But in the instance where you're getting flack from fellow vegans, that does feel like something to care about. That does feel like I better look twice at what I'm doing here. So yeah, you can only really be cancelled by your own team. Otherwise, it's just par for the course.
Yeah, thank you so much for this question, actually. There's actually a difference in psychology. It's two different mechanisms or two different...
Like, if any of the meatheads are still in chat, I think you've all probably been banned by this point, but any meatheads still in chat are like pro-meat people and people saying vegans are lame or whatever, I can't even express how little of a shit I give about that kind of interaction. Like, that is the least compelling thing in the world to me. That's why I don't really ban. I don't care, I support the mods banning. But it's like, I cannot express how little I care about that kind of insults from people who I don't care about your views. And again, like, I'm not putting most meat eaters in that category because I think that, like, most people just haven't really thought about it, right? Most people are at the top of the pyramid, like she showed earlier on. But if you're like an anti-vegan or a carnivore or something like that, like, I'm sure that you feel the same about vegans. Like, just you're unable to receive it. Insult not registered. Please try again. Like, it's just, yeah, it's so low on my list of things that I might possibly care. I almost anti-care. I'm almost pleased to be insulted by certain people. In fact, I've said that a lot. Like, you got to know that you're pissing off the right people. Getting pushback and insults and everything else from a certain group of people should be cause for pride.
emotions, really guilt and shame. So shame really is usually something when a person has the
True, Sappy Coops. Yeah, mods, feel free to ban away. I always support the bans.
feeling like I am bad, whereas guilt more translates to I did something bad, and therefore guilt is more often
This is not a safe space for carnivores.
observed to lead to reparative efforts, whereas shame is more likely to lead to defensive reactions, to safeguard the self, basically.
I want to say thank you so much for your presentation, Antonia.
Thank you so much as well. Thanks.
Well, that's interesting. She kind of differentiated between guilt and shame in her answer there. I guess she was basically saying if you feel guilty, you feel like it's valid. If you feel shame, I don't know. I guess you could feel irrational shame. Am I just... All right, well, clip-worthy speech, nice presentation. Yeah, that was really good. That was really good. Very good content, very good presentation, very good study as well, actually. I really appreciate that there was some differentiation and, like, here's a role for the more abolitionist messaging. What are the circumstances where that can be helpful? That's very easy to not do in that kind of study. You just look at, like, the overall results. In which case that kind of thing would be missed. She also spoke very well. No ums and ahs. When I edit for clips, I realise how much I'm umming and ahhing. And it's very difficult not to do when you're speaking live. But yeah, that was really good. And nice to put a face to the name. I've definitely seen Sci for Veganism recognise that from my Insta. Guilt makes you feel embarrassed. Shame makes you think about what you've done. Give it a like. True. Yeah, I need to like that shit. Like that shit up. I'll put the link in chat as well if people want to. I appreciate that, Ben from Berlin. Would you consider presenting Vegan 2.0 as this conference a follow-up to Manchester? Yeah, I would, yeah. I definitely... am I gonna get cancelled again? That's the question. Maybe I have to change that slide, hey? Or I'll go through it really quickly. I will say the photo from the presentation provoked some ire online, as we saw. But the presentation itself was very well received, so in context, I feel like it was clear what I was saying. So yeah, no, I would definitely think about it. Such a politician's answer. No, I would present it. Right, guys, I'm going to leave it there. We did 4 hours today. The debate, I thought, went pretty well. I'm pleased with how that went. I feel like there wasn't anything brought up that I didn't know how to interact with. Actually, there was more agreement from the start than I anticipated. So, like, really no disagreement that hierarchy is associated with a higher chance of being vegetarian. Like, kind of no new pushback on their epidemiology, like nothing we haven't seen before. I think it was definitely worth watching all of those debates and seeing, especially Matthew Nagra interacting with those kind of criticisms. And I would probably watch more of them. Look, here's one that we could line up for the future. Vegan versus carnivore debate, saturated fat and LDL cholesterol. 2.5 hours, that looks juicy. We're not going to do it now, but we will get into it sometime in the future. We got Skyjack Morgan on Thursday. That debate's going to be 5 p.m. and I will probably fire up stream a little bit before that. So that'll be a good one. Make sure you catch that. Thought it went well too. That's really good to hear, Bretta. It's always difficult to tell from a first person, like, am I doing well in this convo? But yeah, I think it went well, so that's good. I appreciate that. Well, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you all for being here. Keep it vegan 2.0, and I will see you on Thursday. Thanks very much.